Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
At this time, I call the January 6, 2026 meeting of the Nash County Board of Commissioners to order. On behalf of all the commissioners, welcome and Happy New Year. We begin our meeting with a prayer and the Pledge of Allegiance. After I introduce each commissioner, could we all stand for our Pledge of Allegiance? I would first like to introduce our Vice Chair, the Honorable Freddie Howard from District 3. Stand up.
Good morning.
And I think the Honorable Fred Bearfield should be here in a minute. Next, the Honorable Sue Leggett from District 4. The Honorable Jane Wayne Outlaw, District 5. And the Honorable Gwen Wilkins, District 6. And we hope that the Honorable Robbie Davis will be here from District 7. And we welcome the Honorable Fred Bearfield, District 2. And I am Marvin Arrington, District 1, the Chair. At this time, we will stand and have our prayer by Commissioner Gwen Wilkins and our Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Wayne Outlaw.
Let us pray. God, thank you for bringing us through another year. As we step into this new year, help us surrender our plans, our agendas, and our desires to you. Order our steps, dear God. Align our desires with your will. Help us not to rush ahead of you or lag behind you as you lead us. When we are faced with uncertainty, remind us that you are sovereign. When fears try to rise in our soul, our minds, anchor us in your promises. Help us move forward with the spirit you have given us of love, of a sound mind, and not a spirit of fear, but that of faith. In Jesus' name, amen.
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 Would you join us in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Commissioner, you have received the minutes of our board meeting of December 8th. Are there any corrections? Could I have a motion to approve those minutes?
Move for approval. Second.
Moved and properly second that we approve the minutes. All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All right. Okay. At this time, we have a moment for public comment, and I will ask Commissioner Vice Chair Freddie Howard to read those guidelines.
Good morning. We have a time of public comments provided at the first regular scheduled monthly Board of Commissioners meeting. This time is for the public to provide feedback to Nash County government. We're glad and we welcome to hear from our citizens and ask that all speakers adhere to the following guidelines. Each speaker will be giving 3 to 5 minutes for comments with notification time at 4 minutes. Our county attorney, Mike Gaynor, will be the timekeeper. To avoid repetition, groups and individuals supporting the same position are asked and encouraged to designate a spokesperson to address the board on their behalf. Speakers will be allowed to speak once at each meeting, addressing the board without reference to individual members and conforming to reasonable standards of courtesy. No dialogue between the speakers and the board should occur. Speakers may make comments from the audience, Speakers must make comments from the audience podium and shall not otherwise approach the commissioners or staff without consent by the chair. Your comments will be noted, and if you have provided contact information, you will receive follow-up from our staff as appropriate. If you signed up to speak on a subject that is already on the agenda, example, rezoning matters with a public hearing, please hold your comments until that matter comes up. There should be no interruption from anyone in the audience, clapping or talking before, during, or after each speaker's comments. departments. This will allow us to move forward productively. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Howard. The first person who have signed up on our public comment sheet is Chris Brantley. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, how are y'all?
Good morning.
Bye.
I will try to be short, sweet, and to the point. Again, my name is Chris Brantley. I stay at 5382 Fraser Road, which is just off NC 97 at the southern part of the county. I'm actually just here to raise concerns that really hadn't paid a whole lot of mind to it until now. But there has been a recent housing development that's just above my house. They have built 7 new construction homes there. They'll live in, it's fine. But my concern is my well water. Not only mine, but 5 of my other neighbors who stay below those houses, since they all own live wells, my well has been not supplying enough water. So it's taken about 30 minutes for me to take a shower, my wife and everybody else, because the water level's not coming up enough. I've done some research. My neighbors called me the other day, and they asked to borrow some water from me, and I said, okay, what's wrong with your well? And they told me that it's doing the exact same thing mine is doing. So I checked with my neighbor across just down the way. His is doing the same thing. Another neighbor down the way is doing the exact same thing. All of our wells are doing the exact same thing. My well, I've had somebody check on it. And of course, the houses are on the same aqua line that my well is on. Now, my well, I've had my well checked, my well pump checked. All that stuff is in working order. I just chalked it up to maybe it being dry for a while, but it's been going on now for about 6 or 8 months. So it ain't something that just started. But the thing that just has started is the pump is not keeping up with my household. So where it was happening a minute or 2, then it'll be fine for a while. Now that's happening quite often. I know that they've got I guess my question is, or my concern is, are they planning on running a water line down Fraser Road off 97? They're done got a housing development. They ain't put the first house on it, but it's just 1 mile from my house. They're gonna put 150 houses on that property. And they've already got a water line run with a hydrant ready for those houses, and the first house ain't been built yet. But yet, me and my neighbors, our wells are running dry, and I don't have $20,000 to put in a new well. And like I say, if it keeps going, then my pump's gonna burn up. That's gonna be another $2,000 for a pump that may burn up in a matter of time if my well's not keeping it. So I just wanted to address that with y'all as far as the property and the concerns, and maybe y'all could look into it, or whatever the county could do to assist us or our neighbors, because like I say, it's not it's going to be a quick, it's not going to be a quick fix, I understand that, but like I say, I'm going to run out of water. And so like I say, I just wanted to address y'all's concerns so y'all can bring it up. They do have a water line, like I say, within 1 mile from my house. I mean, I don't have $20,000 to dig a well, but if the county can run some pipe through there, I mean, I can use some county water, but anything instead of me having to go to somebody else's house to take a shower. But again, that's on Fraser Road, just off NC 97. So I just wanted to raise my concern to you guys, so y'all can just at least do some consideration, tell me where I need to go, what I need to do to keep this stuff from being swept under the rug, because like I say, it keeps going, I mean, I'm not gonna have no water. And then I don't know what to do.
All right.
So thank y'all for listening.
All right, thank you, Mr. Brantley. We will direct the staff to follow up
Thank you so much.
with you.
Appreciate
All right?
it.
Okay. Our next sign-up person is Bryce Pike.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning. Thank you for your time this morning. My name is Bryce Pike, and I'm an attorney with the Pike Law Firm. I represent the concerned citizens of Nash County regarding the vote that was taken at the December 8, 2025 meeting at the Nash County Board of Commissioners to fund a $500,000 a year commitment for school resource officer positions. Let me start off by saying that my clients in no way oppose school resource officers. They wholly support them and are most grateful for the job they do protecting our children. My clients do oppose the way the vote to fund this position was done. This item was listed as an information-only item on the agenda and was hastily moved to a voting item without opportunity for public input, deliberation, or even discuss where the money to fund the $500,000 commitment would be coming from. What is disturbing is that funding a school resource officer position is not a controversial topic. It is one that I believe all the citizens and members of this commission support. Why was it done this way? Was it done to set a precedent for more expansive and controversial topics to come? We certainly hope not. I sent each of you a public records request asking for information related to this topic in an effort to understand why this item was handled in the manner it was. It's my understanding that the school board handled this item in a similar way. Voting on matters without deliberation or public comment is no way to run a railroad. We have seen recent examples of other municipalities in our area who have sidestepped procedures in place to provide transparency and are now in financial ruin. Please don't take us down that road. I'm still evaluating the legality of the vote. However, assuming it was legal, it is not transparent, and transparency and public input is all we're asking for. If the board decides to avoid the vote taken at the December 8, 2025 meeting, list this as a voting agenda item on a meeting agenda and allow for public comment on the matter, you may disregard my public records request that I sent you last week. However, should you decide to press on, I will await the response to my public records request. I would like to thank you for your commitment to transparency and your services to the citizens of Nash County. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, there were only two that signed up to speak. There was anyone that missed signing up that would like to address the commissioners this morning? Okay, thank you. We will move to our next agenda item, which is retirement recognition. Item number 6. Kimberly Shields.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Each month, Nash County acknowledges employees who are retiring from Nash County by presenting them with a certificate of retirement. At this time, we would like to invite our board down front as we recognize this month's retiree.
Hey, how you doing? We're gonna get him to go down front. Down front. Yeah.
Today, we are honoring Tammy Johnson from our tax department, and we invite Tammy up to the front. Tammy currently serves as our tax listing supervisor and is retiring with over 29 years of total service in the retirement system, with 4 of those years being to Nash County. On behalf of Nash County, we appreciate your service and dedication to the county, and we wish you well in your retirement. Thank you.
Now we have item number 7, public hearing on conditional rezoning request, CZ 251201, West Home Church Road subdivision. Adam Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today we have 2 rezoning public hearings back-to-back on your agenda, and unusually the 2 sites are very close to each other, so I wanted to begin by providing some context. The first request that we'll hear this morning is for West Torrance Church Road, and that's the 2 properties outlined in red on the right-hand side of the aerial photo map that you see on the screen before you. And then we have the Williams Run request to the left, which will be the second request that we handle. So we're going to begin over here on the right-hand side directly along West Torrance Church Road. The subject property, as I just mentioned, consists of 2 adjacent tracts of undeveloped land. Together, they total 43.8 acres. They're currently owned by Joan Joyner Taylor. They are in southern Nash County and are northeast of the town of Bailey. And as you can see from the zoning map on the right-hand side of the screen, this green color indicates that they are currently zoned R40, single-family residential. This project was previously before the Board of Commissioners. It was a similar conditional rezoning request back in November, made by the same applicant as this morning, the C.T. Williams Corporation, for the development of this subdivision. You will recall that at that time there were 15 lots directly along West Torrance Church Road that were proposed to have direct driveways onto that state road, and that the NCDOT had stated that they would be required to be shared driveways because of the amount of traffic on this segment of road. Back in November, the board voted to deny that request due to the NCDOT's requirement for those 15 lots to utilize shared driveways directly along West Torrance Church Road. The applicant has now submitted a new request with the proposed sketch plan that's on the screen before you. And in this request, all of the lots would be accessed internally. There would be no access along West Torrance Church Road except for the new entrance road. And so all of these lots, there would be a non-access easement preventing driveways, and they would all be served internally in this new design. The design was also changed since November in 2 other ways. Some of the land area that was depicted on the previous sketch plan as special purpose lots for common area and open space has been reduced in order to add 3 additional new residential lots. So the old count was 46. This request proposes 49. But again, those additions are made internally and not along the road. And then, whereas the previous plan specifically proposed the use of a private community water system, the current proposal for water supply has not been determined. I believe that Nash County has reached out to the developer about a potential extension of the public water system, and that is probably the desired outcome from both sides. But a private community water system or individual on-site private wells do remain on the table as possibilities at this current time. As I stated, the prospective developer is the applicant this morning, the C.T. Williams Corporation. They've submitted this request to rezone the property from R40 to RA30CZ, single-family residential conditional zone. Approval of the request would have 3 substantial impacts on the property. The first and most obvious is that the permitted residential density would be increased because the minimum lot area required per lot would be reduced from 40,000 square feet to 30,000 square feet. Secondly, double-wide manufactured homes, which are currently permitted for development in this R40 zoning district, would be prohibited under the proposed RA30CZ zoning district. And then finally, because this is a conditional rezoning request, the subject property could only be developed in accordance with the proposed subdivision sketch plan that we're reviewing right now. This plan was submitted by Joyner Keeney on behalf of the applicant. It is, of course, the required site plan for this conditional rezoning request. It has 3 new public road rights-of-way. As I previously mentioned, 49 new residential lots, and then there is 1 special purpose lot in the interior that's intended for use as common area and open space back here. The sketch plan proposes a stub road connection to the immediately adjacent property to the west. That property does not currently have direct public road access. Of course, if approved, each of these lots must either meet or exceed the 30,000 square foot minimum lot area and 100-foot minimum lot width dimensional requirements of the proposed zoning district, and they are all proposed to be served by individual private on-site septic systems. As required by state statute, the county needs to review this proposal for consistency with its comprehensive land use plan. The map on the screen is an excerpt from our future land use map found in that plan. And this request has been found to be consistent with the plan because, number 1, it designates the subject property primarily as residential agricultural area. That is the green color on the map, with the exception of the northernmost portion, which is designated in blue as a water protection natural resource area. That's due to the presence of a stream feature there that is connected to the Toys Knot Swamp. The plan recommends a minimum allowable residential lot size of 30,000 square feet in this green residential agricultural area. And of course, the proposed zoning district does have a minimum lot size of 30,000 square feet. The plan also recommends that rezonings that increase residential density should also prohibit manufactured homes. And again, the RA 30 zoning district does prohibit manufactured homes. And finally, the 2 northernmost lots, which are found along this water protection natural resource area, both exceed an acre in size, which is another recommendation of the plan for lots located near or in environmentally sensitive areas. We're also required to consider the reasonableness of the request along with spot zoning concerns. This request would not be considered unreasonable spot zoning because the subject property already is and will continue to be zoned for residential use, similar to the adjacent and surrounding properties. It would permit smaller minimum lot areas and increased density, but as a trade-off, it's more restrictive in terms of permitted land uses by eliminating the possibility of the development of manufactured homes. The TRC considered this request back on November 26th and recommended approval, subject to the suggested development conditions that are included in the staff report. The planning board met to consider this request on December 15th. There were 4 members of the public that are listed in your staff report that addressed the board at that time, either with concerns about or in opposition to the request. Those concerns included the potential impact of the development on the local water supply and infrastructure, potential increases in traffic, crime, litter, and local taxes in relation to the greater residential density, and the increased demand that the development would place on public schools and emergency response services. The board also reviewed at that time written comments in opposition to the request submitted via email by Ms. Amy Pearson. Mr. Cecil Williams with the C.T. Williams Corporation, which is the applicant, addressed the board at that meeting in support of the request. And with a split vote of 5-2, the planning board recommended approval of the rezoning request, again subject to the suggested development conditions. Included in your staff report this morning are suggested motions for both approval or denial. In the event that the board votes to approve, I do want to briefly review the proposed development conditions that have been recommended by the TRC and the planning board. Number 1, of course, the property would have to be developed in accordance with the approved sketch plan. Number 2, the property may be developed for the land uses permitted in the RA 30 zoning district. Number 3, the developer would have to establish a property owners association to own and maintain the special purpose lot. Number 4, prior to a construction authorization, the developer would need to obtain additional permits and approvals, including an erosion and sedimentation control plan approval from the state, community water system approval if they ultimately elect to go with the community water system. NCDOT road design approval and a driveway permit for the entrance road, and a Nash County stormwater management permit. The developer obviously could not depart substantially from the proposed sketch plan, and if they did, that would potentially require re-review and reapproval by this board. And if the applicant and developer will need to consent in writing to all the attached development conditions that may be approved this morning before the rezoning would be valid. On the other hand, if the board votes to deny, you can do that if you found it to be, the request to be unreasonable and not in the public interest. And typically that would be related to the proposed residential density, the subdivision design, or the request's incompatibility with the adjacent and surrounding area. With that, I will pause, and I'm happy to take any questions on the staff report before we proceed to the public hearing.
Thank you, Ms. Tyson. Any questions at this time from any commissioner? Commissioner Leggett.
Adam, can you talk a little bit about the stormwater requirements for subdivisions like this and who sets those requirements?
The state sets the requirements by statute, and then counties and jurisdictions with a high enough population, which we qualify as Nash County, are mandated to enforce those state stormwater regulations. The stormwater regulations require the developer to control the runoff from their development and also to meet certain targets for nitrogen and phosphorus runoff from impervious surfaces that would otherwise run directly into the water system. And so those have to be controlled at certain thresholds. There will be a stormwater permit application completed by an engineer employed by the developer. Then that application will be reviewed by the county, and ultimately a stormwater permit would be issued. And if it triggered any sort of control measure, like say a retention treatment pond, then the county would follow through and make sure that not only that is that constructed, but that it's inspected and reviewed on an annual basis.
Well, one more question with that. Do you know when's the last time those stormwater regulations have been updated, and just based on the different weather patterns that we have right now, should we expect any changes?
They were recently updated within the last 2 years after being relatively stable for a 20-year period about. And so I don't know when we would anticipate a new request, but they have recently been rewritten by a consultant based on new standards that were sent down to us from the state, and this board adopted the amendments to bring us into alignment with the state's requirements.
Thank you.
Commissioner Davis.
Mr. Tyson and potentially Mr. Boone, could we cover the steps? We seem to have an open item about water supply. Could we cover the steps that would be necessary for a county supplied water to be provided to this site? And at the same time, could we get any update on if there are any funds available that would potentially help get that pulled together? Because that's an item that I wish was resolved this morning, but of course it's not. But the likelihood of it would help me decide for sure which way I would vote on this.
Well, I believe there is county water present on Strickland Road and then to the south. And as far as the steps and the rest of your question, I'll defer to Mr. Boone.
So Mr. Tyson indicated the county currently has water on Strickland Road. It's about 2,700 feet west of West Horns Church Road. And then we also have a county water main on West Horns Church Road at the intersection of Needham Road. So we have a gap in our system between that existing dead-end line on Strickland Road that actually Mr. Williams installed in conjunction with the development on Strickland Road. I'm sorry, it's changed names a few times. It was Strickland Road subdivision.
Now it's Williams Run.
Williams Run subdivision. So the county has some state-directed grant funds that we receive. that we're looking to use to close that loop between Strickland and Needham Road on West Orange Church. And then this particular development is about 2,200 feet north of Strickland Road on West Orange Church. Reached out to Mr. Williams for the Christmas holiday. We have exchanged voicemails. He indicated that he is interested in exploring that with the county. We could potentially use our oversize agreement policy that the board approved a few years ago. But at this point, we do not have a commitment. Other than Mr. Williams indicated he's willing to explore that with us. But we would need to design the extension along Strickland and West Orange Church on the county system to close that loop that I talked about, those two dead ends, and then extend the water main 2,200 foot on West Orange Church to touch this project. And again, we would look to explore a cost share agreement with Mr. Williams. At this point, as you've indicated and Mr. Tyson indicated, we're very early in those conversations.
Thank you, that helped me quite a bit.
Any other questions from Mr. Tyson? Commissioner Howard?
Just like to piggyback off of Commissioner Leggett's comments on the runoff and the process on that, and the state approves that, but our county is large enough, so we could put in or set our own guidelines on that could be more stringent than what the state is.
I believe that there is a state law that prevents counties and municipalities in terms of environmental regulations from requiring anything over and above what the state requires. But to confirm that, I would have to go to our county attorney. I'm sure he'd have to do some research. But in terms of environmental regulations, I believe there's a state statute that limits the county or a city or town's ability to require something over and above the minimum requirements of the state.
Does that also apply to like 5-year floodplains and stuff like that as well? Because I was under the impression that those are set up very differently throughout municipalities and counties throughout the state.
In floodplains, we are allowed to adopt greater freeboard requirements. So for instance, when somebody wants to build something in a designated floodplain, a 100-year floodplain, Nash County requires them to build 1 foot above where the state says the base flood elevation is. Some other jurisdictions require it higher. Floodplain regulations may be different than environmental quality regulations. I think that the state statute I was referencing is specifically about environmental management and not necessarily about managing damage to structures during the flood. I think we probably have more leeway in a flood situation than in an environmental regulation.
And the retention ponds, which category do they fall under?
They would be in the environmental quality.
And aren't those ponds constructed based off the floodplains, like a 5-year flood?
They're not necessarily related to floodplains. They're related to the contours of the specific property and the topography, as well as the amount of impervious surface in terms of rooftops, driveways, roadways that are proposed there. But the retention ponds are not directly related to floodplain management.
So they have to be built to state standards and they can't exceed? Is that
the state has a manual of stormwater control measures that provides, that our ordinance references, that provides the specifications for stormwater retention ponds. And when a developer makes a proposal, the county engineer reviews it in accordance with that state manual to make sure that it's meeting those technical requirements that are set out by the state.
And so the question on that is we're unsure whether we can deviate from that and require more than what the state requires.
Correct. I believe there's a state statute that complicates that, but I can't speak in detail on that. I'd have to confer with the attorney, and he'd probably have to do some research.
If he could just update us, I would certainly appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Tyson? Hearing none, call for a motion to go into open public hearing.
Move to open public hearing.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second that we enter into a public hearing on this subject. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion approved. The public hearing session is now open. Anyone wishing to speak?
Is there a way to pass out handouts, or can I leave them with someone?
Good morning. Please state your name.
My name is Stephanie Pitts. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I live adjacent to the parcel under consideration for rezoning from R40 to R30. I am speaking in opposition of the proposed rezoning. The rezoning of this parcel of land would increase the density of residents in an overly dense, underserviced area of Nash County. I am a faculty member in the Department of Public Health at East Carolina University. I teach courses in research methods and evidence-based medicine. You may think that your decision today has little to do with public health, when in fact it has everything to do with public health. In fact, the connection is so strong between planning and public health, I usually have about a third to a half of the students in my course, which is a public health course, they are getting a master's in planning. I study obesity prevention, and one of the biggest ways that we can reduce obesity and chronic disease prevalence in our community is by designing and supporting active communities. These are communities where there are plenty of sidewalks, bike lanes, and open spaces for physical activity, places where people can get outside and exercise. Increasing residential density and development throughout Nash County will reduce the amount of physical activity that our residents are able to enjoy. This will lead to yet higher rates of obesity and associated chronic diseases, diseases like heart disease and diabetes. It may be hard to believe that the design of a community impacts health, but connections are clearly supported by the public health literature and the medical literature. On your handout, I've listed just a few. I did a PubMed search, and there are many, many articles that show associations between community design and associated chronic diseases that are caused by a lack of physical activity. The second point I would like to make is that increasing residential density without increasing public services will hinder the public health of residents. This will negatively impact our most vulnerable community members, people like my father and mother-in-law and other seniors in our community who will not be able to get life-saving services that they need in an emergency because of the increased residential density that has not been followed by an increase in EMS services, hospital staff, and other such resources. My final point is that Nash County leaders have had the great foresight to improve the current Unified Development Ordinance, and they're working on revising this to be more updated and more fitting to the vision of Nash County that will make it an attractive place to live in the future. I have no doubt this will include smart growth and building neighborhoods in a way that promotes the health of residents and improves the aesthetic appeal of our community. I hope the new UDO will include the need for berms, vegetation, open space, and sidewalks in all new developments. I am in support of a revised UDO that includes such things, and I encourage the commissioners to oppose any new developments that do not follow such smart growth patterns. So in conclusion, I encourage you to vote against the proposed rezoning. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. I'm Jane Flowers Finch from Raleigh, but I'm a native of Nash County, and I have a home here, and my mother was Blade Pearl Finch, that I think many of you knew.
We have a 5-minute presentation limit.
Okay. This development concerns me greatly. First of all, I want to address the density, which is something the previous speaker just spoke about. Cramming 49 houses on this lot is not necessary. It stated when he revised it since the last hearing, there's less open spaces, and do this. I just want to say, we were just in London last week, my husband and I, and we had lived there 25 years ago. And my husband, who was a longtime real estate and land use attorney in this state, he commented about these older homes in London and the streets and the layout, and they were built in the 18 and 1900s, and we got to talking about, did they have a planning board, a land use, did they have to get permits, what was done, because they're laid out so well with green open spaces and sidewalks, and that was before automobiles, and they had horses, but somehow they've managed to put the cars in there. And so it's something that really was thought-provoking. Are we planning right? And how they did that back then to lay it out. And all the skyscrapers are on the other side of town. I don't know if you've been to London, but they're not there all mixed in with the old buildings. They're over on the other side of the river. So I think density is a major concern. And also, as she spoke, people need to get out and walk, and they need to have a sidewalk, and they're going to have little bitty yards, and they're going to get out, and what's going to happen is they're going to trespass on the neighboring land. And that's a major problem that I had at my mama's house. My mama would sit there in her chair in her old age with her hearing aids and hear 10 o'clock on Saturday night, 12 four-wheelers cutting across her farm, and she'd get so mad, she'd call the sheriff. Sheriff Stone knew her. And they'd have to go out there, and those people they'd be gone by the time the sheriff got there. And then people would be out there hunting on her property. People just think they have the right, if they're out in the country, if there's open space, they can just go on some people's property. And I mentioned to you, my niece Heather Finch, Cecil Williams Development over there on Stony Hill Church Road, those people did that. They thought they could ride through their farm on their four-wheelers and crush her valuable white pine cones, which she used to make wreaths out of. These little things people don't think about, but they're not free to do that. And then when Stony Hill Church Road was approved, I don't know, some of you were not on the board at that time, but DOT testified that Stony Hill Church Road was a highly traveled, rural paved road at that time with over 1,000 trips a day. And he said for every house you build, you add 10 trips per day. So if you're going to build 49 houses out there, you can do the math of how many trips per day you're going to be adding to those roads out there. I don't think this density is necessary. And then the big thing I want to talk about is the water. He doesn't have the water out there, and the county put water. If water, okay, water is necessary. If water is not important, why did the county 15 or 20 years run all that water down 581 and Lyles Road and all out in southern Nash County? They did that. And now he wants to go put these houses, and he talks about wells. And I think I told you previously about a problem my mama had during COVID when some property on 264, the wells went dry, and we were told it was because the aquifers at the rock quarry, when they would explode, the water would go over to those holes. So we had to dig 600 feet wells to be sure it went down below what would be drained out by the rock quarry, okay? And that's expensive. And so those are the kinds of issues these people, if they're operating on wells, in addition to, I know someone who lives on Lyles Road whose well got very low because the farmer behind them was irrigating, and also, you know, aquifers drain into your farm ponds where the farmers get their water. And so if we go out there and put these houses out there with all these wells and these people start having water problems, it's going to be the county's issue, and Cecil Williams ain't going to be paying for it. He talked about just a minute ago that they talked about putting water out there. If they do that, that's a fine thing, but Cecil needs to pay for it all, okay? I just feel that way. And
Ms. Finch, I think you have 1 minute left.
Okay. I think I've covered all my points: density, water, traffic, and the necessity for the density. Nash County is a rural county. It's very important we keep our agricultural compatibility, and I encourage you to, the density, the 49 houses is just not a good idea. It needs to be less than that if you're going to let them develop it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Samantha Clegg, 10881 Skeet Road, Bailey. Good morning, and thank you for hearing me today. I went to the planning board meeting regarding the 2 subdivisions that are being discussed today. I was disappointed in the planning board's decision to approve and forward that approval to you all today. When the review process was taking place, one planning board member asked the developer if he was planning a public water system or individual wells on each property. The developer responded, "I don't yet know how that will be handled." I can't understand how a planning board could vote to approve with no definite plan from the developer. If he doesn't have a plan, then how can the planning board feel this is a good idea? As you heard earlier, there are serious water problems in the area with the property Mr. Brantley discussed, only a few miles away. There are so many other reasons this should be a no for the subdivisions at hand today. In regards to the West Orange Church Road subdivision, the water issue is my main concern. Thank you for considering the community and what is best for us.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else wishing to speak on this subject?
My name's Joseph Bailey, and maybe some of y'all may have heard of my family, the Bailey brothers. We've lived in Bailey our whole lives, and I would like to know, so we can talk back and forth like I can talk to all the commissioners, and are we able to talk back and forth? Because I tried to talk to the planning board, and we weren't able to talk back and forth.
Just speak your comments to the commissioners, all right?
Well, that's the only way I'm gonna be able to figure out what all I need to say, if I can get y'all's opinions and everything. But there ain't no way I can speak back and forth with y'all.
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of crazy. Well, I'd just like to know that if y'all will continue to keep trying to build houses, I would like to see maybe a proposal for at least every acre that's built, that's used to build houses on, if we could get some land put into, I know they got certain, I think it's the Land Conservation Act or something, you can put land in there. I would like to see that at least every acre that's used to be building houses on, that we have the farmland to replace it, you know, something. And, because I mean, Nash County, North Carolina is based on agriculture. And I mean, y'all are up here, I mean, it may not seem like much to y'all if y'all come up here and y'all approve, you know, housing development here, housing development there, but I mean, I'm gonna tell you, the only reason I won't up here before now, because y'all have built houses all around my family's farm. And every bit of that land on Stony Hill Church Road, all up and down there, we used to tend it. And when the landowners got ready to sell it, they wanted to sell the land so high, you know, the farmers couldn't afford it. And I mean, I just want y'all to think about, you know, y'all are destroying our way of life, you know, the way that we've lived for, I mean, my granddad and them over the 100 years, I mean, I would be, if I was farming my family's farm, I'd be a 7th generation farmer. And I mean, I just want y'all to keep this in mind. I mean, it's just not right. And I mean, people who love to hunt and fish, I mean, you're taking, I mean, just in Bailey alone, there's a lot of houses, but all over Nash County, I mean, because I ain't just talking about Bailey, I mean, everywhere, you see houses going up everywhere. And I mean, you ain't even giving enough time for the people to adjust, you know, you putting all these people in at one time, and I know for a fact that we ain't got the resources to keep up with everybody. I mean, I talked to one of the Nash County deputies, you know, just the other week, and he said that it was Sunday night. He said that night, he said they only had 6 deputies patrolling all of Nash County. And there's like probably 100,000 people in Nash County. So I would like to see y'all trying to build up the resources and stuff where y'all keep building all these houses. And I know there ain't enough EMS. You can call, I live on Grand Brantley Road. I could call for ambulance, and it might take 15, 20 minutes for them to get there. I mean, I'd like to see something before y'all keep building all these houses up. And I know y'all got to have the money, because I've talked to some of the fire departments, and their budgets has, oh boy, I talked to one fire department, I ain't gonna mention no names, but their budget went from $300,000 to $1.3 million. And that's in the past 5 years. So I know there's got to be some money to, I mean, I'd like to see us have more resources before we have all these people, and then you get all these people in here and you ain't gonna be able to handle them. I mean, that's how a community collapses like that. I mean, you have crime and everything else, and I mean, I've already seen it over there at my granddaddy's, people stealing, and you know, it may not be the people that are moving into the houses that are bad people, but just being more houses and more people is going to invite more crime and everything else. I mean, there's more stuff to steal and everything. I mean, it's just, Everybody knows
4
that. I mean,
minutes,
you can look
Mr.
at any major city or town or whatever, you look at the statistics, look at the crime statistics, raise up and everything.
Okay,
So
you
I
have
just-
1 minute left.
Huh?
1 minute left.
You said what?
1 minute left
Oh, okay.
for your comments.
Well, I just hope y'all keep all this in mind, because, I mean, all y'all are voted up here, and I could go to Bailey, I could go to Spring, Hope, Middlesex, I could go anywhere right now and pull anybody off the side of the street. And I bet you they're not for building more houses. So I don't know why y'all are voting for it. I mean, I know y'all want to see the community grow, and that's fine, but you know, that's another thing. You know, I would like to see the best of the best houses being built, not some, boy, I don't even know what some of them developments are, because I don't know nothing about R40, and I think somebody told me R30 is smaller lots, and I want the best of the best in Nash County. I wouldn't want this little, I mean, y'all go look at these houses on Stony Hill Church Road, and they're sharing driveways, they're so close together. That's
Okay.
crazy.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Next speaker. Good morning.
My name is Paula Lamb, and my husband and I live on West Orange Church Road. My concern that these developments will strain our county's resources. Roads are more congested, our schools are overcrowded, and our health facilities are strained. I would like to request that the county commissioners limit the signs that advertise for these developments along our roadways. Currently, at the intersection of Needham Road and West Orange Church Road, there are 8 signs along the shoulder, These are very distracting and degrades the landscape. Pertaining to the development on West Orange Church Road, I'm asking that the commissioners to consider not allowing houses to build lots on the west side of the development, adjacent to the creek and swampland, but left open, allowing farmers access to their fields. As in the past, the creek and swampland has caused water to run across the road. When flooding is known to already be a problem, along with the runoffs from these new homes and roads, the consequences would not only result in flooding of the road once again, but also on a current homeowner's property, as well as other homeowners downstream. In addition, I would like the commissioners to consider requiring a berm to be built along West Orange Church Road for safety reasons and to prevent trash from blowing into the farm fields, as we have seen this on Strickland Road. A berm would also preserve our scenic landscape. In my opinion, the houses on the south side of Strickland Road are unsightly due to viewing the houses from the back of them. Some of these houses are without fences, while other houses have fences constructed from various materials and heights. Currently, on the north side of Strickland Road, a fence has been installed along a deeded access, preventing the farmer who rents our and our neighbor's farmland access to his crops. The path has been used by farmers as far back as 1912. The width of the fence makes it impossible for the farmer to bring his equipment through the narrow access without knocking the fence down. True, there is another entrance to these fields, but this would cause the farmer to drive his equipment even further. He would also have to pass through 2 other property owners' lands, which there is no deeded access. In addition, there is a pecan tree within the deeded access path that also impedes the farmer's equipment. By the way, I have pictures on it too, please. The developer has stated that the pecan tree will remain. Is it the developer's intent to prevent the farmer from having access to the fields? And if so, does he also have the same intent to do the same on West Orange Church Road? Is this how developers are going to treat our farming community? I am not fighting growth. I am only trying to protect Nash County's rural landscape, heritage, and our county values. Thank you for letting me speak. If y'all like to see the pictures, I have them.
right, thank you.
This is with the fence and the pecan tree. But I appreciate you allowing me to speak.
All right,
Y'all have a
thank you.
good day.
Good morning.
My name is Sarah Walston. I live at 9211 White Oak Hill Road in Bailey. I am speaking against the proposed rezoning to fit more housing in this area because it will not be good for our community. My husband and I and our children have lived on White Oak Hill Road for almost 14 years. Crime has gone up in our area since building these new homes, and our neighbors have been broken into in recent years, which has never happened until these new homes popped up everywhere in our small little area. Our water pressure is significantly lower in the morning since building these new subdivisions, and making smaller lots will make the water pressure even worse than it already is should they go on county water. People now leave their trash cans on the roads and people hit them. Rezoning will cause even more influx of people, and it will increase traffic, which increases accidents in our area. As previously stated, the building of all these new homes in a very concentrated area is significantly changing the landscape of our community, and people do not seem to be taking care of these new homes. Who wants to drive in the country and see vinyl fences all along the roadway, which is what many of these other homes on Strickland Road are now doing? The beautiful view of the country, my home and my family's home, are now disappearing right in front of our eyes. What about EMS and Sheriff's Department? Is there enough of these workers to service our area should this be approved? They already seem to be struggling to get people when they need them. What will be done regarding the schools in Bailey to serve all of these new homes? Where will all of these children go with the schools when the school is already almost at capacity? Teacher retention is already a struggle across the state, and as an educator, please do not overwhelm teachers even more with higher class sizes. What about the wetlands that are on this portion of this property? There's also an increased number of wildlife in our area coming around homes because of the amount of houses being built in our area, and they have smaller spaces to thrive. What about the owner of the property that is sandwiched in between these two properties? I ask that you please consider these things that matter to the people in this tiny community. We do not need more people when we already are struggling with the current new subdivisions being built. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning. My name is Kate Pitts. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I live across the road from the area under consideration for rezoning. I am speaking in opposition to the rezoning. The proposed rezoning from R40 to R30 does not provide a benefit to the existing residents. There will be a negative impacts on traffic and the way our neighborhood looks. All new development should be in line with the new UDO to maintain rural areas that make Nash County a nice place to live. I encourage you to vote against the rezoning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Good morning.
My name is Chance Pitts, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I live across from the area under consideration for rezoning. I am speaking against the rezoning. New developments that have been built without berms and plants to make them look better have ruined the way our community looks. Berms and vegetation should be addressed through the new UDO before any rezoning requests are approved. I encourage you to vote against the rezoning. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. There's no benefit to rezone this to R30.
Could you state your name?
It's Andrew William Lamb, and it's 4184 Strickland Road. There's no reason to rezone this to R30. There's no benefit to the community. It is R40, leave it R40. I don't understand why everything has to be made smaller. Yes, they say we'll make it smaller so we can fit more people in here. Well, there's too much traffic as it is, and people complain about their water pressure. So making it R30, it doesn't make any sense to me. And as far as the land that's joining between these two, is Mr. Josh Lamb. He's not here today, he's elderly, but there's no access wide enough for a tractor to get in there to the farm. So more or less what he's trying to do is block it off so people can't get in there to farm. And that's what we're dealing with at my house, and it seems to be one of his things he likes to do. But I appreciate y'all letting me talk.
All right, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Amy Pearson, 6127 Strickland Road, Bailey. So good morning. Thank you for your service to our county and for your time this morning. I have many concerns. However, for the sake of time, please hear a few of my concerns for the Horns Church subdivision. One, water infrastructure and uncertainty. The developer has not identified a definite water source and has stated that the project may rely on individual wells, a private community water system maintained by an HOA, or connection to Nash County Public Water after extending lines to the nearest access point upon developer's discretion. Because no single water solution has been selected, there's insufficient information for the county to evaluate water capacity, fire protection, long-term maintenance, or regulatory compliance. Each potential option carries significant and different risks. Individual wells raises concerns about groundwater capacity, well interference, and long-term reliability. A private community water system places ongoing operational maintenance and financial responsibility on a HOA, creating long-term sustainability and enforcement concerns. Connection to the Nash County Public Water would require system extensions and capacity confirmation, yet no cost estimates, timelines, or commitments have been provided. Next time, please require developers to use a 6-inch line so that they can have fire hydrants. The 149-home subdivision has a 4-inch line, is my assumption, because there are no fire hydrants where he extended the first time to Strickland Road. Approving increased density without a clearly defined and vetted water plan creates uncertainty for future homeowners, existing residents, and the county. Number two, long-term financial risk. Private water systems and infrastructure often become costly over time. If an HOA cannot maintain the system in the future, residents and potentially the county may be exposed to financial and operational risk. Commissioner Davis has mentioned before that HOA is not a good idea. These are not country club homes. Over the next 10, 20, 30, 40 years, who is going to make sure that the HOA is financially able to pay a minimum of $15,000 to $18,000 a year to maintain? And remember, I know because I maintain one. Who will be the treasurer to make sure this happens? Number three, pending the Unified Development Ordinance update. The county is actively updating its UDO due to outdated regulations. Approving rezoning before adoption of the updated UDO undermines the planning process and could allow development and development under standards the county has already acknowledged need improvement would be irresponsible. All subdivisions should have berms, vegetation, or other appealing used for blending into the community and our surrounding neighborhood. Number four, lack of demonstration of community benefit. The rezoning to higher density should provide clear, tangible benefits to the existing community. At this time, those benefits have not been adequately demonstrated. Increased density impacts traffic, infrastructure, and neighborhood character. My requests are, I respectfully ask that the County Board of Commissioners delay or deny the requested rezoning, require verified infrastructure capacity studies and a real plan before approval, consider cumulative impacts of nearby developments and what the 658 homes in a 2-mile radius will do to our neighborhood. That will be the number if you
It's 4 minutes, Mr. Chair.
if you actually approve, in this 2-mile area, there will be new 658 homes. Allow the updated UDO to be adopted before approving higher density rezonings. Ensure development decisions prioritize long-term community sustainability. I'm not opposed to growth. I'm asking for better timing and better planning. Once a subdivision is built, there is no apology that you can give us to fix it. I respectfully ask that you consider denying or delaying the request before you today. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Joe Hartsfield, Wilson, North Carolina, 2904, and my family owns property in this area. I'm here to speak in opposition to the request to rezone this from R40 to R30. My concern today is not with development in general, but it's with this specific request for this location. With it being in an agricultural area, an active agriculture area, that we have planned or approved 650-plus new homes. I think I just heard 658 new homes in this area over the last 2 years. This property is zoned R40 for a reason. That zoning reflects the rural character, the agriculture use, and the infrastructure limitations that exist today in this community. That's why it's zoned R40. Increasing residential density here does not align with those realities. The request also needs to be viewed in context with the more than 650 homes already approved or planned. This community of impact on agricultural infrastructure and compatibility matters here. Adding additional density in this particular location increases pressure on surrounding farmlands, water supply, and raises predictable land use conflicts. Agricultural land is not passive. Agricultural land is not passive. It involves equipment, chemicals, early morning operations, and work in fields. Placing higher density residential development next to active agriculture for people moving in who are not familiar with agriculture practices creates an avoidable conflict. Not because anyone is particularly doing anything wrong, but because farming and higher density housing just don't mix in this area. For those reasons, I'm asking the board to deny the rezoning request. However, if the board does not deny the request, despite the concerns of the community, I want to be clear on a couple conditions if rezoning is allowed despite the overwhelming opposition we've heard today. First, I want to continue to privacy fence along the eastern side of the boundary that fronts West Orange Church Road. As we've already talked about, Strickland Road has the houses that back up to it. There's no uniformity there. Some houses have fences. They're all different kinds. Allows trash to blow in the road. A lot of backyards are not upkept, and they're storage areas for trash and other unsightly vehicles. So a fence along the West Orange Church Road. Also a fence along the western portion to divide it from the agricultural land that will stay in place there. This keeps crops from getting destroyed. It'll keep the citizens from trespassing onto the land, which we've already seen a big increase on with ATV activity and other operations that destroy crops. Third, and it's a safety risk, especially for children if they're in these areas while agricultural practices are going on. Third, I request that the developer be required to extend the water service, as we've already heard concerns today about wells in the area. The developer should be required to extend the water service to this property at developer's sole expense. He's the one benefiting. The developer run a pro forma, being the astute businessman he claims to be. He ran a pro forma on this property at R40 before he put it under contract. He's told us how smart he is, and he would do that. So if he did that, there's only a benefit here to the developer. He's not been able to articulate any benefits to the community. If the developer's going to benefit, the developer should pay, not the taxpayers. So the developer should run the water at his sole cost. Again, those are only if we deny the community's strong opposition to this and rezone it to R30. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. My name is Jason Tant, and I live at 8155 Strickland Road. Me and my wife run a little rental business together. We own about 10 properties strewn around southern Nash County. And we have for, I'm going to say, about 30 years now. Over the years, we've had, I just wanted the board to remember how we struggled to get water to people that don't even have water yet. I've been waiting for water for 15, 20 years. I can see the latest tower from my house, although I can't get water from it. And I don't understand how we're even worried about 39, 49 new houses, and there's hundreds, if not thousands, that need water now. If it's just too costly, then somebody needs to come up with a different plan, in my opinion. I just wanted y'all to not forget about the people that don't have water that need water, because their wells have been influenced by the new Rinke systems that, you know, that feed the farmer's property. Now my water is losing quality, just like what you hear them complain about, the water tower. And that concerns me as well. We're already complaining about water pressure on a brand-new system like it's struggling. Because, and worried about 49 more houses? Sounds like we need more water, in my opinion. Just wanted y'all to think about that as you make your decisions. Don't forget about the people that been waiting a long, long time. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay. Anyone else wishes to speak during the public hearing? Okay. I think the developer can come up now. Good morning.
Good morning. Cecil Williams, 6765 Jordan Road, Elm City, North Carolina. First off, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask Mr. Boone, are there any foundation behind the comments about the water system in Nash County? Is it as bad a shape as the people here seeming to say it is? I'd like to hear from the director of utilities, used to be.
Actually, I'm the deputy county manager, but I am not aware of any pressing issues with the utility system. But if there are any specific concerns you have, if you give me some more details, I'll be glad to look into it.
Well, I don't, but I just want to have that clarified. And I'm here to answer questions from the board too, if anybody has any. I've heard things today that just really, really take me back. I've heard people say that the people that own this land don't really have the right to sell their land for the highest and best use. And that's a tenet of the pure core of America was built on. that you can sell property. These people that own this property, they lived in Nash County. They worked hard to buy this farm. They had children, and their children chose not to stay and work the farm. Their children chose to go to different places. They still live in Nash County and do different public jobs. And these people, the lady died, and these people inherited this farm, and they wanted to sell it and get the most money they could to invest that money somewhere else that would benefit their family in ways that owning and being an absentee owner of agricultural land would not afford them. And so they chose to sell it so that other people can come to Nash County and enjoy the things that I enjoy and everybody here enjoys, and that is living in a great county like Nash County. I have my house, and most people here have your house. And I don't see why we want to deny other people from moving into Nash County and enjoying the things that we enjoy, living in Nash County. I hear people saying, put up a fence. We're not building prison camps. We're building houses for people to come and raise their family so that they can then look out their back door, which should have been a front door, and look out and see the beauty of Nash County. But yet we want to people say, put up berms. Do anything you can to hide growth and hide people's ability to have a house, raise their family, and raise their children. Want us to put a facade around it so you can fake it out and not know what it is that you're doing. I'm proud to be building houses in Nash County for people to come to Nash County, go to Southern Nash High School. Maybe some of them will be good enough that we can win a state championship one year in football, basketball, other sports. I'm proud of this young lady right here that brought her children today to speak about their views of Nash County, but her children one day are going to want to live, I hope, they want to live in Nash County. And if they do, they're going to need a house. And they need to have a house from somewhere. They need to be able to have a house. We have people that own businesses that speak about berms and fences and water and things that they have no idea. I don't understand it. The berms and stuff were designed to hide buildings and hide things that would be an eyesore for the county. And there's some that spoke here today that got those issues. There's people that speak, say, well, I got my water system, but I don't want you to have a water system. This is wrong. It's absolutely wrong. So that's all I have to say, but I'll certainly answer any questions and I encourage you, please, to allow us. We're going to work this water problem out with the county about a water system. I'm all in favor of a complete county water system. And as Mr. Boone just had said earlier, there are some dead ends, there's some issues that need to be addressed. And I want to help to address those issues so that we can get water from Needham Road all the way to Lyles Road and get these loops so we can have better water service than what we got now, not worse. And I'm all about positive issues and positive things happening for Nash County. So if anybody got any questions, I'll be happy to ask them.
Any questions for the developer? Commissioner Lake.
Morning, Mr. Williams.
Good morning, Ms. Lake.
One of the major concerns we've heard from citizens today is about water and water pressure. One of the things that was discussed is connecting to county water. Are you willing to commit to connecting to county water as a development condition of this rezoning?
We're in discussions now about connecting to the water system, and we have to, it's a matter of, I want to ask that question this way as well. I am not going to commit to something that's not there. There is no water system there now to me to connect on to. So I say that if you want me to connect on to the water system, bring me one, and I'll connect on to it. That I will commit to as a condition. If you bring the water system, I will connect to it. As it stands now, a water system is beyond the number of feet that is required for me to bring the water system to me, which means it tells me that if you want me to use the water system, you need to bring the water system up to the point that I take over the installation of the water lines and stuff. That's in the county's hands right this minute. Bring it to me, and we'll connect to it. I will willing to do that. And I will also want to bring up, I need to put these glasses back on here. The services for the residential agricultural development it is now is developed mostly dependent upon site, water, and septic system where public water is, and public water where public water is available. It should be extended and utilized. I agree to do that. And also the residential lot size consideration, minimum allowable residential lot size should be typically at least 30,000 feet, and that's what we've agreed, and that's what we've asked for. We've gone over every bit of the county ordinance with engineering, a fine engineering firm from Rocky Mount, Jonah Kinney. We have complied everything that we have done with the sketch plans. Everything has been gone over, time and rechecked, and we are presenting a rezoning request that is solid. There's nothing, no holes in the rezoning request from a legal and a standpoint of the UDO nor the land use plan. We are in solid compliance with both. And so I would hope and pray that you folks would agree to grant us this rezoning request today. Thank you.
I've got additional questions.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I'm so sorry.
No, that's all right. It was mentioned about the tract of land that is adjacent to this rezoning request owned by Mr. Josh Lamb.
Yes, ma'am.
There was a question about access there and, one of the stub roads that would exit out. Can you speak to the access that he has? Is there some sort of access easement that crosses this area?
Yes, ma'am. Could you put that up on the screen for me, please, the sketch plan? There you go. Put the handy-dandy glasses back on. That ain't gonna do it good that way. Please do. I want to see that. That's right. That's connected. That's right. Can we blow it up some, please, so the public can see it too? We can't do it. Don't worry about it. The stub road, you see the street that comes all the way through from West Orange Church, goes all the way through to that property in the back. That property, that's probably, I think it's a 50-foot street that goes all the way back there.
50-foot right-of-way.
Right-of-way, 50-foot right-of-way and 20-foot ribbon pavement with it's a state maintained, it's going to be a state maintained public road just like West Orange Church. Give them access to their property on that side. And we plan to give them that same access on the other side. So he'll have double frontage, which is against the rules. Just a joke.
Okay, one more question. Another thing that was brought up, a citizen concern, was about putting berms with landscaping around the development. Is that something you would also be willing to commit to?
I guess I'll give my speech again about living in southern Nash County and looking out your front door or your back door and being able to see the beauty of Nash County. Berms and fences are designed, and from my perspective, for solar farms, truck repair shops and things like that. It's not for residential neighborhoods if it was a real busy highway, I could understand that too. We're talking about a road that's got way less than 1,000 cars a day, way less than 1,000. And it is, sir, I don't understand this, but anyway. Way less than 1,000 people, and I don't think the berm is necessary. So no, I'm not going to commit to putting the berm up.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions from the commission? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. I call for a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second that we close the public hearing. All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, public hearing closed. Mr. Tyson?
I have nothing to add. Of course, I'm available to answer any questions the board has during your deliberations.
I've got one.
Commissioner Howell.
Thank you. Can you shed a little light on, as Commissioner Leggett mentioned a while ago, about the property there? So is there not an active easement now to get to that property? How's the individual, Mr. Lamb, getting to and from his property now?
So of course, we're back to where we started. This is the development over here on the right that we're proposing. This rectangle here is Mr. Josh Lamb's property. He currently accesses off of Strickland Road. There's a fence there's a path that you can see through the woods here that provides access to his property from Strickland Road. No one has presented to the planning department as of yet any evidence that there's an actual easement on that path. Perhaps Mr. Lamb could appear before a judge and be awarded an easement, but that, to my knowledge, has not happened. This path would be disrupted by the development of our second project on today's agenda. But both of these projects are proposing new public roads that would go up to and provide access to Mr. Lamb's property. And because of the second project is the one that will disrupt his current path, there is a proposed condition that we'll review along with that project, that at no point during or after the construction should this developer fail to provide adequate access for Mr. Lamb to come and go. If both projects are ultimately developed as proposed, Mr. Lamb will have public roads terminating on both sides of his property. He'll have two options for coming and going. And since there'll be public roads ultimately to be maintained by DOT and paved. But that connection would be from the east and from the west.
So if I understand correctly, then this one we're looking at now, the Horns Church Road, would be a second entrance to the property. The primary one would be on the other one we will discuss next.
Correct, okay. Because that one would be the one that would disrupt his current access.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Davis.
Mr. Tyson, is an option that this board has this morning to table this request for a given reason?
Certainly, you can table it.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions for Mr. Tyson?
Yeah.
Mr. Bellfield?
Mr. Tyson, as it relates to water and sewer and stormwater, I haven't heard enough about the future of that. Will they go on and develop it and then that come later?
So there will be no sewer. There's no opportunity for that. It will definitely be septic systems. In terms of the water, I believe that it's the stated preference of the developer that it be an extension of Nash County Water. But as we've heard during today's meeting, that has not yet been settled. So if this were to be approved today, then that would leave the decision about the water supply to be made after. And that would somewhat be at the discretion of the developer following the approval of the rezoning. And again, those options would be individual wells, a private community water system on a shared well, or an extension of Nash County Public Water.
We're talking about, what, 76 lots here?
We're talking about 49 in this particular request.
Oh, changing it, I mean, from R40 to...
Back in November, it was 46, and now it has been increased to 49, so an addition of 3 extra lots.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Tyson? Commissioner Leggett?
Well, this is not a question for Mr. Tyson, just discussion for the board at that time.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Tyson. I will now call for a motion to adopt a statement of plan consistency and reasonableness, and to either approve or deny the rezoning map amendment.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to table this request at this time. The reason for the table would be to give the opportunity for the county and the developer to work out the question about public water. I do have great concern with having community water systems, as was stated by one of the speakers earlier. It leaves the county in a position where we know at some point that it's going to fall on the taxpayers of Nash County, because a water system or sewer system that's maintained by HOA, HOH, whatever it is, Homeowners Association, HOA, excuse me. Look like I would know that, but anyway, it is just given an opportunity for failure at some point in time, depending on the people involved in it. And I don't think this is a true option that we should be considering if we are allowed not to consider those. My second problem is with the issue of the wells, and hearing the comments today, I would really need to understand better how a number of small wells affects a given area and existing residents around there. We all know that we are interested in providing public water throughout the county, and we must take these opportunities to, we're looking at this morning 125 total lots. We must take this opportunity to move our system forward where we can. For us to operate a county public water system, it must be an enterprise fund, meaning a enterprise fund has to be self-supporting. We can't use taxpayers' money to do that with, and therefore we are just going to have to take every opportunity we can to gain customers when the occasion arises for us to do that. In some cases, it's going to include us providing some level of funding to pick up these large tracts like this, because it's not feasible in some cases, and I want it understood that it won't be taxpayers' money that we do this with. It would be some other type of funding, either through our enterprise fund or funds that we receive, either from federal dollars or state dollars. But my motion at this time is to table this request until such time as the county and the developer can work out the issue of the water supply and how it will be provided in this area. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and
Mr. Chairman, can I get some clarification? Do you want this to be an indefinite postponement?
I'm sorry, sir, I didn't mean to say that. I do not want to put a time specific on it. I would prefer it to be until such time as the county and the developer are ready to bring it back to this board. If we say the next meeting, I'm afraid that that wouldn't give them sufficient time. If that is a legal way to do it, and I'd ask your opinion to that.
So what I'd like for you to do is amend the motion to postpone it within those parameters.
Okay. All right.
And to, but to maybe set some time limit on that.
Okay, I'll be glad to do that. I did intend to do that. My motion would be to table this request for...
So can you do it to postpone it until such time?
All right. You want me to use the word postpone instead of table?
Postpone instead of table,
Okay.
yes, sir.
My motion will be to postpone this request for a maximum of 90 days and to bring it back as soon as possible to the board at such time that the county and the developer have facilitated an agreement that we could discuss as a board moving forward to provide a public water system to this area. Sufficiently said, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me, Mr. Attorney.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I guess he withdrawn the original motion. You heard the restated motion. Was there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been properly second. All in favor? Let it be known by...
Discussion.
Oh, I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Chairman.
Open for discussion. Commissioner Wilkins.
I questioned the attorney and postpone rather than table because it can be tabled until one of these board members decides to bring it back. So I would like an explanation as to the difference.
Well, my concern is if it's tabled, that the motion could die after a meeting. And I think that this postponement allows it to be.
Okay, but from my understanding, the tabling would not have a date on it. It would just be indefinite until Commissioner Davis, Commissioner Leggett, or even I bring it back up. But for clarity, if we can legally do what you're saying.
For clarity in general, the tabling of the motion would typically be used to postpone it during that meeting or to the next meeting, as opposed to postponing it for a time specific.
Okay, we have two different interpretations, but I'm fine.
Okay, any other discussion on the motion?
I'd just like to say I have a lot of concern about this particular request in this regard, that there has been a lot of effort put forth by this developer to meet the criteria that the county has currently given for citizens to operate under. I'm always concerned when we don't follow the own rules that we have presented to our developers that come into Nash County, or even in this case, one that lives in Nash County, and where that leaves us from a legal standpoint. So a lot of things have been said today, and some of those we certainly can act on. Some of them we certainly can't act on. But I do think one area is the reason I asked for the postponement, is that we should be able to get a clear definition of the water issue in itself. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I have one more comment. I intended on making this comment before you called for the motion, but I'll keep it brief.
I'm sorry.
I just would like to thank the citizens and the developer for coming out and expressing their concerns. And so us as commissioners, we have a duty to consider these things, to put our own personal feelings aside on how we feel about development, whether we're for or against it, but we're legally required to consider these things and to consider the landowner rights, the person that owns the land, and then the people that live nearby, the citizens. So this consideration, this rezoning was previously brought to the board and denied because it did not meet all of the county's recommendations. And the developer actually brought it back and changed it and to make it more compatible with our county rules. There were still concerns. There's concerns about water, and so we're doing our best to balance all of those things. So I just wanted to say thank you to both the developer and all the citizens who gave up their time to be here.
Okay. Commissioner Outlaw.
I just need to understand, so we're postponing and for the purpose of looking at possibly a shared cost with the extension of this water line. Is that correct? Is that correct, Mr. Davis?
Commissioner Davis.
Commissioner Outlaw, I think what we postponed it it's somewhat what you said, but we already have an issue with some lines that we need to connect in the southern part of the county. And if we do indeed move forward with that connection, it will assist much more than this development itself, because we have some dead-end lines down there. It's my understanding from what Mr. Boone said this morning. So since we're looking at that anyway, it would also help give a more reasonable cost to what this project needs to get public water, is my understanding. But I would certainly like Mr. Boone to correct what I said if it's not a true statement.
So what is the process where all 7 commissioners are involved in looking at this and making this determination? Or do we just come back at the appointed time with the decision made that there will be or there won't be a shared cost, and we're expected to make a decision on that? What's the process? Do we have meetings to talk about this? I understand what you're saying. but
So
how do we do that?
if the county were to enter into an oversized agreement with Mr. Williams regarding extension of the water line along West Horn Church Road, that would require the board to approve that oversized agreement and conditions associated with the oversized agreement. That would be the mechanism for the board, the official mechanism for the board to decide whether the county would make that investment or not.
And that would be a decision that would be consistent with previous extensions of the water line.
That is correct, and that is a decision that only the board
So
can
have we
make.
had previous extensions where there was shared cost?
Have we? Yes, sir.
Okay,
And the board has approved those.
okay.
Could I make a suggestion?
Mr. Tice, well, I want to say this, that the, correct me if I'm wrong, the Nash County Comprehensive Land Use Plan does not require a developer to connect to county water in order to do R30, R40.
That's correct.
Okay.
It encourages the extension of the water system, but it is not a minimum requirement. Of course, you know, the board is free to take that into consideration when voting on a rezoning, but it's not a stipulation specifically of the land use plan tied directly to RA 30.
Okay, you had another comment?
My suggestion would be Mr. Davis used a 90-day period just because I think his intention is to allow for a maximum of 3 months, and then if an agreement is reached before those 3 months, we could bring it back earlier, but no longer than that. So this would be on the board. Instead of 90 days, what I would recommend is we postpone it to the maximum of April 6th, which is the commissioners' meeting, just because the commissioners' meetings don't necessarily fall on 30-day intervals. If we could postpone it to April 6th, the regular meeting, and then, of course, if an agreement is reached in February or March, you know, we could put it on the agenda ahead of that. But is that something the board would consider, instead of referencing the 90 days, specifically reference the April regular meeting on Monday, the 6th?
Mr. Davis, would you want to withdraw that motion?
Well, Mr. Davis thinks we're getting a little bit too sticky with our comments, but if that's what it takes to get it done, I do think I said in my comments, not any longer than 90 days, which means it could be brought back at any time. But if the board wishes to have it tied to the next commissioners' meeting, I do not have any issue with that. Not sure what's necessary, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right, any other,
I
Commissioner
just
Outlaw?
want to be very clear, I support the extension of the water system. That's critical to Nash County. I don't think there's anyone sitting up here that doesn't support the extension of this water system. So if that is precedent that we have established in the past, then I would be supportive of this motion. There were other concerns that were noted by the residents this morning, so I would trust that when this comes back, that we would also entertain those concerns. Maybe there could be some discussions with the developer between now and then regarding those concerns. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Howard.
Yes, sir. I just think this just brings more light to how important this UDO that we're going through right now, the rewriting of it and bringing it up to date, because I just want the citizens out here to know today, and I appreciate your comments and your concerns. If it goes R40, none of your concerns are addressed in the current UDO. If it goes R30, there are some constraints that, as a Board of Commissioners, we can put additional requests on developers to do that. Now, the same thing with the UDO. Is it fair to the developer to put those extra constraints on them? That's why we need to rewrite this UDO, and it's important to give clear guidelines to the developer, clear guidelines for everybody involved. But we do have to consider here, and we brought up a very good point today, the population here, we're talking about, what, 500-600 houses in a 2-mile radius? That exceeds the current population of the town of Bailey. And there's no infrastructure out there. So if we're going to continue to build houses in Nash County, yes, we welcome all citizens in Nash County. It's the greatest place in North Carolina to live. I've been here all my life. So we want people here, but we've got to do it smart. It's our responsibility as Board of Commissioners and the Planning Board to make sure we've got guidelines in place that develop it, that keep the heritage and the culture that everybody appreciates, the reason why they're moving to Nash County, along with allowing opportunity for new housing and development. So I think it's critical that we look at this UDO and revisit some of this stuff that's come up today and make sure we put this into writing, so we've got clear guidelines for our developers and clear expectations on what the citizens of Nash County want. I mean, as Commissioner Leggett mentioned, we have to put our own personal feelings aside, and we're up here in this position because the people have elected us up here, and we have to vote the way they want us to vote, not how we want to vote personally. Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Chairman,
Any other comment?
I called a question, sir.
All right. You've heard the motion. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried.
Mr. Chairman, if I could have a moment of privilege, I also hope that everyone here, but even more particularly Ms. Tant, who told us what she did for a living, to understand that during this rewrite of the UDO, we have some public meetings coming forward in the future. If you would stay attentive to that, and we certainly could use the expertise of anyone in Nash County to help us facilitate and get that as right as we can get it moving forward. So please continue to follow on our webpage what that UDO is and when the public part of it will become available. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I want to say something to piggyback off that. And insofar as the UDO, is that it's my understanding that even though the UDO was written, just like last time, this board has the authority to go in and do what it feels is reasonable, even though the UDO may say something else. Am I right or wrong? I ask some of you who have been up here longer. Adam?
The board cannot go below the minimum requirements of the UDO. In cases of conditional rezoning, certainly things that go further or are more specific for a particular site can be added as conditions, but the applicant must consent to those conditions. So when the board asks the applicant, as happened today, whether they would agree to specific conditions like, say, the stipulation that it must be served by county water or the stipulation for screening, the applicant has to agree to those for them to be attached. When they disagree, then it is the board's right to decide, against them if they feel that those conditions are deal breakers. So you do have to meet the minimum requirements of the UDO. The conditions allow you to customize a particular approval for a particular site, but only with the consent of the applicant. And if the board feels that those conditions they're asking for are vital to the approval, then the board has the right to turn it down without those conditions.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Tyson. This has been a long public hearing, and we're going to take a 5-minute break right quick.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order. Okay, we are on agenda item number 8, public hearing on conditional rezoning request, CZ 251202, Williams Run, section, Phase 2 subdivision. Mr. Adam Tyson.
Thank you. So again, for context, we've moved over to the western 3 properties outlined in red here on the left side of the aerial photo. This subject property consists of 3 adjacent tracts of land. Together, they total 71.75 acres. The southernmost tract is owned by the C.T. Williams Corporation, and the 2 northern rectangular tracts up here are currently owned by Joan Joyner Taylor. These are located on the north side of Strickland Road in southern Nash County, northeast of the town of Bailey. As you can see from the zoning map on the right and the green color that covers these properties, they're currently zoned R40 single-family residential. This property, as you can also see on the zoning map, is located directly across Strickland Road from an RA20CZ medium-density residential conditional zone established back in August of 2021 for the 149-lot Williams Run Section 1 subdivision, and that's what you see here in yellow. Since that time, I think about 143 of those 149 lots have been recorded. I would remind the board that back in August of 2021, the RA20 designation that was approved on the south side of the road was compliant with the land use plan in effect at that time, but would not be compliant with the land use plan currently in effect that was adopted in 2022. The property is also immediately adjacent to a 7-lot subdivision. This is known as Williams Run Section 2 Phase 1. These are 7 lots that are 40,000 square feet or greater directly along Strickland Road. These were recorded by the developer in October of last year. And of course, they did not come before the board because they didn't require rezoning. They were developed in accordance with the R40 standards that were already in place. So that brings us back to the subject property over here. The southern parcel, the one that's owned by the C.T. Williams Corporation, was included in a previous rezoning request made in August of last year. That's when, well, that was when the Board of Commissioners considered it back in August. It was made by the same applicant for that southern tract. That request was to rezone it to RA20CZ. That would make it match the RA20CZ already on the southern side of the property. The board voted unanimously back in August to deny that request exactly for the reason I just went over. The 20,000 square foot lot area that was requested is no longer consistent with the county's comprehensive land use plan. And so a previous request to rezone this southern parcel to RA20CZ was denied by you back in August. The developer, the C.T. Williams Corporation, has now submitted this revised request to rezone the subject property, which includes those 2 additional rectangular properties to the north. The request is to rezone them to RA30CZ for the development of a 76-lot Williams Run Section 2 Phase 2 subdivision. Approval of the request would have the same 3 substantial impacts as the last request we reviewed. It would reduce the minimum lot size to 30,000 square feet. It would eliminate double-wide manufactured homes, which are currently permitted for development. And of course, the subject property would have to be developed in accordance with the sketch plan. If we turn our attention to that sketch plan, this was submitted by the East Group on behalf of the developer. It proposes 5 new public road rights-of-way, 76 new residential lots, and 2 special purpose lots, one toward the front on the left side of the entrance road for mailbox kiosk, and then one in the northwestern corner for common area and wetlands preservation. All of these lots would be accessed from the new interior roads. None are proposed to have direct driveway access to Strickland Road. There are stub road connections to the immediately adjacent properties to the east and west of the subject property. So this is the stub road connection to the west. You have a stub road connection here to the east. And again, this is the Josh Lamb property that's kind of sandwiched between the two proposals. And so ultimately, there would be a new public road here and potentially a new public road from the west if that development were to be approved in the future. The access path that I showed in the aerial photo is going to be disrupted by the construction of this road down here. And we'll talk about that when we get to the conditions. Each of these new lots must meet or exceed 30,000 minimum square feet and 100-foot minimum lot widths. Nash County Public Water is already present along this stretch of Strickland Road, and so the developer would be required to extend it into the interior, and that is certainly what the developer intends to do in this particular case. So we don't have the same debate about water supply that we had on our previous one. That has been settled to be an extension of Nash County Public Water, and they will use individual private on-site septic systems. There are a few existing structures on the subject property, but all of those are proposed to be removed for the construction of this new subdivision. When we review our comprehensive land use plan, specifically the future land use map, you'll see that the majority of the property is designated as the green residential agricultural area, with the exception of the northwest corner. We have a water protection natural resource area passing through there that corresponds with some existing wetlands and a potential stream feature with a riparian buffer. The plan recommends a minimum allowable residential lot size of 30,000 square feet in the green residential agricultural area, and certainly that is what is being requested this morning. The plan also recommends the elimination of double-wide manufactured homes, which would also be accomplished by this request. And in order to address the water protection natural resource area in the northwest corner, the developer has proposed an open space and wetlands preservation lot to be owned by the homeowners association to prevent the actual development of the wetlands area for residential use. And so as a protective measure, he has set that aside as a common area and open space lot. The request may be considered reasonable and in the public interest because the subject property already is and will continue to be zoned for residential use. And even though it will approve smaller minimum lot areas, there will be a trade-off with the elimination of manufactured homes. The Technical Review Committee reviewed this back on November 26th and recommended approval, subject to the development conditions listed in the report. The Planning Board met on December 15th. There were 4 members of the public who were listed in your staff report that addressed the board either with concerns about or in opposition to the request. Those concerns included the potential impact of the development on the local water supply and infrastructure, potential increases in traffic and crime in relation to the greater residential density, the increased demand that the development would place on public schools and emergency response services, the related loss of agricultural farmland, and whether the development would include play areas for children. The board also, like our last request at that planning board meeting, reviewed written comments in opposition to the request submitted via email by Ms. Pearson. Mr. Cecil Williams was representing the application. He addressed the board in support of the request. And again, with a split vote of 5-2, the planning board recommended approval of the request subject to the development conditions listed in the staff report. You have a motion to approve the zoning map amendment and a motion to deny. Under the motion to approve, I would like to review the proposed development conditions. Number one, there are some very minor cosmetic changes, mostly to the minimum setback lines that are shown on the lots. there are some minor adjustments that need to be made. And so we don't think that it's serious enough to hold up the request, but we do need to note those in a condition to make sure that they don't get lost in the shuffle. Secondly, the developer, of course, would have to follow the approved sketch plan. The property would have to be developed for the land uses that are permitted in the RA30 zoning district. Number 4, all residential lots subdivided from the subject property shall be served by the Nash County Public Water System, which shall be extended by the developer as necessary. Number 5, the developer shall establish a property owners association to own and maintain the special purpose lots for the mail kiosk and for the wetlands preservation. Number 6, prior to construction of the proposed subdivision, the developer shall obtain the following additional permits: an erosion and sedimentation control plan approval from the state, a public utilities water system expansion approval from both the county and the state, NCDOT road design approval, and a driveway permit for each of the 2 roads that will provide access to the new lots, and of course a Nash County stormwater permit. Prior to recording lots 10, 11, 12, and 13, or the special purpose lot, these are the ones in the northeast corner that are potentially impacted by the riparian stream buffer. Prior to recording any of those lots, the developer will need to obtain and submit a stream buffer determination from NCDEQ to determine exactly where that buffer impacts those lots. But that would only, if they wanted to develop the front as a phase 1, that condition would only be triggered when they were ready to develop the northwest corner that's impacted by that small environmentally sensitive area. The developer, okay, so now we're into conditions that are specifically about the Josh Lamb property to the east. The developer shall maintain unobstructed access to the immediately adjacent residentially used property located at 3766 Strickland Road for the owner and residents throughout and following the construction of the subdivision. That means that if construction of this phase of the subdivision up front disrupts that existing access path prior to the construction of this public road, the developer is still responsible for providing adequate access to and from that property during the interim time before that new public road is constructed, so that there would be no period of time where the resident of this property is without access to a state public road. It is also worth noting that the home on the Josh Lamb property at 3766 Strickland Road will likely need to be readdressed following the construction of either of these new public roads. So whichever one is constructed first, either this one to the west or the one we saw proposed to the east, whatever the name of that road is, that home will need to be readdressed in order for emergency services to, find it most efficiently. And so that is going to be a requirement in the future following the construction of one of these stub roads. Number 10, of course, there can be no significant deviation from the sketch plan, or it would come back for approval before the Board of Commissioners again. And number 11, the applicant will need to provide consent for all the conditions that are attached in order for the rezoning to be valid. Under the motion to deny, typically the request would be denied if the board finds it unreasonable or not in the public interest, and they would typically cite the proposed residential density, something about the subdivision design, or the request's overall incompatibility with the adjacent and surrounding area. And with that, I'll pause and take any questions on the staff report before we proceed to the public hearing.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Tyson? Okay, seeing none. Entertain a motion to go into public hearing.
So moved.
Second. Been moved and properly second that we enter into a public hearing. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion approved. We are now in the public hearing. Anyone wish to speak, please come forward. State your name.
Hi, Nancy Westbreak, Nashville Graphic. I have 3 questions, and I'm hoping the developer may address. All 3 questions have to do with the interim access for the Josh Lamb residents. First question has to do with when and if the time comes that, and this is approved, and his current path access is disrupted, what are the details on the interim access to be provided? Because that doesn't, nowhere up there do I see or have I heard specifics on what is the developer going to do and where to allow this man to access his house during construction. The second question would be, it's related, what sort of EMS access would there be to this home during the construction period, as far as, because I think that could be a hazard for this homeowner. During construction, if his current access is blocked, how is EMS going to know how to get to him if there's a problem? And then the third question is it a current development condition that the developer would pay for the new driveway to this home, since this home would be losing its access? And those are my three questions.
All right, thank you. Good morning.
My name is Holly Lamb. I sent y'all an email. I'm not sure if you've had a chance to look at it, but I'm just going to read my email real quick if you haven't. I'm writing to respectfully express my opposition to the proposed rezoning of the property on Strickland Road and West Hornchurch Road in Bailey, North Carolina, from an R40 to an R30. The current R40 zoning has long helped preserve the rural character, large lot sizes, and low-density development that define Bailey. Many residents, including myself, choose to live in this community based on these established zoning standards and the reasonable expectation that they would remain in place. A change to R30 would represent a significant departure from the existing land use pattern and the character residents value. In addition, increased residential density raises important concerns regarding infrastructure and public services. Roads, traffic safety, schools, emergency response, and water and septic systems may not be adequately equipped to support higher density development without careful planning and additional resources. Maintaining R40 zoning helps ensure that growth remains responsible, sustainable, and consistent with current infrastructure capacity. Rezoning to R30 could also have long-term impacts on neighboring property owners and the overall quality of life in the area. Larger lot zoning supports open space, privacy, and the small-town atmosphere that makes Bailey a desirable place to live. Once zoning changes are approved, they often set a precedent that is difficult to reverse. I strongly support thoughtful growth that aligns with the county's long-term planning goals while also respecting the voices of existing residents. For these reasons, I respectfully urge you to deny the proposed rezoning request and to preserve the zoning standards that protect the character, stability, and integrity of the Bailey community. Thank you for your time, consideration, and your service to Nash County. I appreciate your attention to this matter and your commitment to representing us, me, and here in Nash County. Thank y'all very much.
All right, thank you. Okay, anyone else wish to speak during this public hearing?
My name is Stephanie Pitts. Y'all already heard from me, so I'll try not to talk too long. First of all, thank you all for encouraging us as citizens to speak out, especially my children. I appreciate that. I just wanted to address the berm issue. I think it was sort of suggested a minute ago by the developer that berms were supposed to like block people from being able to see out their back window. I think by suggesting berms and vegetation, we're suggesting that people that are driving down the road kind of get to see vegetation instead of houses, because that's kind of what Nash County is known for, is our beautiful agricultural landscape. And berms can also help reduce carbon emissions and enhance just that agricultural nature of our county. And as we develop the new UDO, I'm not going to talk about that a lot, I know that's not what this is for, but I encourage us to look at Wake County and other places that do require berms for new developments. And it's not just on the heavy, like, big highways that you see berms. I mean, if you ride around in Wake County, on the smaller highways, you see berms that sort of help protect the residents of that neighborhood from the traffic, as well as just make the land look prettier. Also, our county taxes have gone up 50% in the past 5 years, and I hope that new developments and developers will be required to assist financially with the increases in EMS services that are needed, the new schools, water lines, which we've already heard a lot about. And speaking of water, it just seems like there isn't much information about how these, I mean, you can see the development. It's crazy, like the lots and the density of those houses, and it's hard for me to believe that that will not impact our water, not just like the water lines, but actually like the flow of the water and things like that. I'm not a geologist or a water scientist, but it seems like we need to do some kind of study on that to look into that. And also, I just encourage you, the neighbor, all of us, we know Mr. Josh Lamb and his sister June. We do encourage you to please just take care of them in your decision that you make today. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I reiterate what I said earlier, but I think the situation with Mr. Josh Lamb, the historical use of that path and access to his home, and in my opinion as an attorney, I think there's a high likelihood that if he went to court and requested a permanent easement, he would prevail. And I don't think he has the wherewithal or the finances or the means to go make that assertion up against the aggression of Mr. Williams. And I think to some degree I think there is a duty to y'all to look after people like Mr. Lamb. That's what we're all here for. I don't know if there's a legal duty, but I think there's an ethical duty for that man who's lived there all that time and had access to his home with that path. So I ask you to look hard at that before you just throw it out the window. As Mr. Howell said earlier, development is inevitable. We're going to have it, but it has to be smart. We have to be smart about it. There are too many houses going in here. They're not allowing for pedestrians to get around. The density, there's no common area, no little park, no little playground, no sidewalks, and this volume of houses is concerning. It also is concerning, and I don't know what kind of homeowners associations that they're going to have, but if you go down the road, the messy, and the reason people talk about fences, they have all this mess and clutter around their houses and stuff. If you go in cities that things have order, people can't do that. And people put up fences because they can't see it, because they'll have 3 lawnmowers out there that don't work. Junk cars. My mama had real estate, and she had in her lease and always required if people had an inoperable car on their property for more than 30 days, they had to get it off. And so some people could end up with 3 cars out there that don't work, and all kinds of stuff. And so if we're going to, especially if you're going to have this density, and also those kinds of situations create pests and rodents and other things. So if you're going to have this kind of density, we've got to have very strict requirements for people. You can go down Stony Hill Church Road and some of those areas where Mr. Williams has done development, and you can already see it. You know, no landscaping, no, just messy. But I encourage you to not accept this plan as done. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Morning again.
Morning.
Andrew Lamb again, 4184 Strickland Road. Mr. Josh, his driveway's been there, his dad put it there early 1900s. He is seeking legal representation to keep his driveway like it is. I will go by after this meeting and talk with him again about it. I don't know how far along he is in that. I don't think nothing's filed yet or anything. But what he's offering, you know, is a paved road to the property, but it's sandy land. And Mr. Josh, he has a Corolla, a Camry, and a little Tacoma. And more or less, his driveway has been driven on by horse and buggy and everything since early 1900s. It's packed down. I know in the last meeting, it was described as in disarray, which is pretty bad to be talking ill of the man's driveway. But I don't know, I don't think it should be R30. I think we're better off to keep it R40 between the traffic and everything else. And I hope y'all take care of Mr. Josh, and I can do what I need to do. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Paula Lamb, West Orange Church Road. I just have 3 points that I want to bring up about on Strickland. The developer said he had a problem with fences, but as I stated previously, he didn't mind putting up a fence down the deeded access, blocking or preventing the farmers from getting to their crops. Number 2, the developer is against berms, but it's because he wants us to view the beauty of Nash County. Well, when I sit in my farmhouse that my son lives in, and I look out the window, all I see are the backs of all those houses on Williams Run, with all their junk, as previously stated, and the fences, the different sizes, the different colors, the different shapes, whether they have a fence or they don't have a fence. That's all we're asking for, is we want to see the beauty of Nash County, but when you have to look at stuff like that, that's not beauty to me. And number 3, Mr. Josh Lamb, he's 85 years old. He was born in 1940. This house that he lives in was his parents' house, and it was built in 1924. He has used this same path for 102 years, him and his family. And if y'all approve the development and allow them to go to R30 and they put all these houses in, they're going to, Mr. Lamb is going to have to change all his public records as far as his address. And also, he, instead of having a straight shot to his house, he's going to have to drive all the way through this neighborhood. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
It's crazy to me that we can't talk back and forth like the public can't talk to the commissioners. How long has this been a
State your
thing?
name one more time.
Joseph Bailey.
Okay.
Sorry. But how long has this been a thing where you can't talk back and forth with the commissioners? It's always been like this?
Yes.
That's pretty crazy. I suggest that y'all to look into proposing some more ideas of where the public can speak to you back and forth and get your personal, you said you don't want to put your personal opinions out there, but I would like to know, you know, you said you don't let it sway the way you vote, you know, for certain things, but I would like to know y'all's personal opinions and beliefs and what you think about all this stuff. I mean, I think as y'all being commissioners, you would want the community to know, especially if we're going to vote for you. And that's a camera up there, ain't it? Y'all don't live stream or record any of this and put it online? You do?
Yes.
Where is it at? YouTube?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know that. Well, I'm glad you're doing that because there's probably a lot of people that don't know about it that would like to be able to look at that that can't make it. I don't know. I think this is pretty ridiculous that we can't even talk to you back and forth, but I hope you just, y'all really need to start considering how the people feel about this, because another thing that I want to bring y'all's attention, you know, you go to building all these houses and stuff, and you bring all these people from wherever they may be from, you know, that don't have the same views and, you know, whatever. You got to remember that they're probably going to vote different too. So you go to throwing all these people out here, and y'all may not continue to be the commissioners up here. You know, you start getting people with different views, and then it's going to be, you see it happen all over the country. They're throwing all these people so close together, and then it messes everything up. And you get to the point where you can go out and vote all you want to. It's going to mess everything up. I mean, I know some of the people, most of the people are probably good people, but they don't. If they're coming from out of town, from different states, they're going to have different views, and it's not right to just throw all these people out here, and then everybody that's lived here their whole lives it's going to be like we ain't going to have no say-so before it's over with. I don't know. I hope how often y'all have meetings? Can you answer that at least?
First of each month.
First of each month. And each month is just different topics about, whatever y'all bring up. Because, I don't know. Will you go online and look at all this? You post all this stuff online, I imagine, right? You do? And you just, what's the website you need to go to? Because I don't even know myself.
The county website.
The county website? Okay. Well, I don't know. I hope y'all are thinking about this stuff seriously, because there's a lot of people that they feel like it's a waste of their time to come up here, but there's a lot of people that disagree with all this stuff. And a lot of people don't realize, which Nash County is growing so much now, but back in the day, you probably didn't have to get involved in all this stuff, because there weren't a whole lot of stuff like this going on, houses and businesses, solar panels, whatever, everything, that goes on. But people are going to have to start coming up here and representing their community, because
It's 4 minutes, Mr. Chair.
I don't know where y'all are getting the ideas that we want all these houses. We want the community to grow and Nash County to grow, but the same way it's always grown. We have the people that's lived here, they have youngins, and they go to build houses and stuff. They buy a piece of land, they know the landowner, and that's how it's been. That's how it's been forever. And I heard Cecil talking about he wants to have houses for the kids and stuff, for people who's got kids. Well, I'm gonna tell you, the way we live, we don't want to live right up against each other like that. That's just, it's not the way we've lived. And you got to, like I said before, you got to have the resources and stuff to start putting all these people on top of each other like this. And I want to see, I hope y'all definitely put that in one of y'all's next meetings to start figuring out what you could do about all those resources. You ought to be going and building up right outside of Rocky Mountain, get them some more tax money to help them. They ain't even got they don't even have any money. They're firing people left and right.
Time, Mr. Chair. All right.
That's it.
You have exceeded your 5 minutes. Thank you. Anyone else?
Can you back the slides up to, or whoever does that, to where it shows all the addresses? So on this, I just want you to look at it, and all of the addresses that you see here are on one side of Strickland Road. Those of you who don't live in this area, I want to make sure you understand. So all those houses on one side of Strickland Road. There's a road that goes just between where you see the orange. There's a road, and one of the proposed roads is right in the curve that goes into part of that subdivision, which astonished me. But I just want you to see, I just want you to get a visual of that. And then another thing before I start my little speech that'll be real short. I do have a petition of 35 people who could not come today because of work and how our county meetings are at 9 o'clock in the morning instead of maybe 6 or 7 o'clock at night. Just a note. So again, I'm Amy Pearson. Sorry, I didn't tell you, Mr. Arrington. I'm Amy Pearson, 6127 Strickland Road. And good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to speak, as always. I don't want to be repetitive, but this point is critical. There are no do-overs when it comes to subdivision development. Once a neighborhood is built, the impacts, good or bad, they're permanent. We cannot undo poor planning after the fact. I've raised several concerns before, particularly during the West Orange Church Road rezoning, and many of those same issues apply here. Please note, if the rezones were passed today, that there would be, again, that 658 new homes in less than a 2-mile radius. Small town, right out in the middle of southern Nash County. That is irresponsible growth. I want to speak specifically about appearance, compatibility, and long-term responsibility. Strickland Road between Laws Road and West Orange Church Road is a clear example of what happens when development does not respect rural character. A subdivision of 149 homes now backs directly up to a narrow rural road with little or no shoulder. There's no visual buffers, no separation, and no consistent design. Yes, Mr. Williams, we do want to hide your developments. Google Earth has shown me that most of the subdivisions other than yours in the southern Nash County area have a road that goes in and homes are turned to that road. And vegetation covers on either side of the entrances, hiding the homes from rural roads. Subdivisions are not the same as my home on a 2.5-acre lot. As you drive that corridor, you go through farmland and trees directly into a dense subdivision with no transition. Some yards have fencing, some do not. Recently, a storage building was placed at the edge of a fence line near the right-of-way. This is not a thoughtful rural development, and it significantly impacts the character and appearance of our area. Once this happens, it can't be fixed later. Recent developments in this area demonstrate why caution is warranted. Shared driveways approved on Stony Hill Church Road were later recognized by the board as a poor planning choice. On Strickland Road, a 149-home R20 subdivision was approved without public septic and without any buffering, berms, or vegetation along our rural highway used by daily residents traveling to Wilson. These outcomes highlight the importance of applying lessons learned before approving additional high-density development. I also want to address the requirement in an item number 5 that an HOA be created to maintain special purpose lots. I have serious concerns about relying on an HOA for long-term infrastructure or appearance standards. There are no country club developments here. They're middle-class starter homes. People will move in and out frequently, and we already see turnover in nearby subdivision. That raises real concern. Who's going to manage it in 20, 30, 40 years? Who's going to handle the finances for the responsible time? What happens when the participation drops or funds are insufficient? HOAs often struggle long-term, and when they fall, the consequences fall on homeowners and sometimes the county. Finally, with the county actively updating the UDO, I believe it is responsible and reasonable to pause high-density rezonings until clear, stronger standards are in place, especially standards that relate to buffering, vegetation, and rural compatibility. I'm not opposed to growth. I'm asking for better timing and better planning. Once a subdivision is built, there's no apology that can fix it. I respectfully ask you to consider denying or delaying this rezoning request. Thank you again so much for your time and consideration.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, anyone else wish to speak?
Joe Hartsfield, Wilson, North Carolina. I'm fighting a little bit of a cold. I think it's going around. My family owns property directly adjoining this property. We own the property to the west. And so, unfortunately, my experience and opposition to this is not theoretical. It's based on documented experience of working with Mr. Williams. The property is zoned R40 for a reason, as we've already talked about and you've heard multiple times, so I'll not go through that. But my family owns a deeded easement through Mr. Williams' property to access our property. Despite the clear legal right, this developer repeatedly attempted to restrict and obstruct my lawful access. The easement was partially blocked by a large tree and a Brightspeed cable junction box, so the easement was restricted. because over years, as most farm paths do, it had moved unbeknownst to anyone. It just moved over time, probably because of the tree. And then, obviously, with the path moving, Brightspeed didn't know exactly where the easement was, so they put the cable junction box in front of the deeded easement. When I attempted to clear the obstruction, which I'm legally entitled to do and knew I was told by Mr. Williams in a text not to touch the tree, not to touch the limb, not to clear the obstruction. However, he drove stakes in this now narrow easement, and any time a stake would get hit by accident, and I texted him and told him how dangerous it was. Some cars, insurance agent come to see my mom. He had to back out into the street to actually make the turn between the cable box and the stake. When I told him that, he would videotape and take pictures of any time a stake was knocked over, even going so far as calling 911 for non-emergency issues. So I unfortunately know exactly what it's like to deal with a deeded easement. Now, unfortunately, why is this important? This is very important because, unfortunately, the neighboring property that is now encompassed by Mr. Williams's property doesn't have a deeded easement. He's got a path that he's been using for as long as he can remember. He's in his mid-80s. He has a sickly and disabled sister that he takes care of that lives with him in this house, and you've heard details about the house, so I'll not go into it. He was not aware until recently. He was informed that he may be able to get a prescriptive easement to utilize the current path, and he is exploring those options. But if I dealt with what I dealt with a legal document and the resources that I have, Mr. Lamb does not have those resources, and he does not have a legal document. And I think the journalist asked some wonderful questions. You know, working with a reasonable developer to work through those would be doable, but we've seen from experience, my personal experience, this developer is not reasonable. So I can only imagine what kind of ingress and egress issues he's going to have. In addition to my joining property, I am planning an agricultural landing strip to support crop dusting operations there. So the increased density now will affect, as anytime the airplanes are landing to the south for crop dusting operations, they will now fly low level over this proposed subdivision. So the increased density next to the active agricultural use creates safety concerns, including trespassing, ATV, and as we've already seen, farm crop damage in these areas. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the board to deny, or at a minimum, table this until the zoning request issues about the ingress and egress of Mr. Josh's property is resolved. And we get something in writing to that. That protects the county, it protects the developer, it protects the neighboring landowners and the future residents. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we have anyone else wishing to speak? Good morning.
My name is Joseph Lamb. I live at 5296 West Orange Church Road in Bailey. And I know we've all heard about Josh, but I can tell you Josh is not here, but his wishes are to keep his driveway as is. And as far as the lot size, I say keep them at R40. There's a lot of people wanting to move to Nash County, and they want a larger lot. And as for a berm, I don't see why Cecil doesn't want the berm. I mean, if you took the topsoil from the building pads and the roads, you could have a berm all the way around it. And as for on Strickland Road, the narrow access to the farmland, and I've seen it where the farmer's going to leave with his combine with the head off. He could not pass between the fence he put up and the tree. And he asked me, he said, "Who did this?" I said, "Cecil." "Why?" "I don't know." And I just don't understand it. You know, You got to use common sense in anything. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing none, is there a motion to close the oh, I'm sorry. The developer, come on.
Cecil Williams, 6765 Jordan Road, Elm City. I'll start with asking the latest questions here about Mr. Josh's path. I can get this phone back where it belongs. Can we put the sketch plan up, please? He's got. Oh, my fault. We're going to put Mr. Josh's driveway, this road going to come right here to where his house is over here. And you can put as part of the development conditions, and we're going to put him a stone road to the front of his house, leaving this road right here. I put a stone crush and run driveway to the front of his house. We will not disturb this access until this phase is done. His access to his house is complete and the stone is down, and he's got a nice driveway where EMS can get to his house in a safe and easy, that's what we plan on doing, that's what we're going to do. So that's, you mark that as part of the agreements.
Big enough for a tractor too?
So for the 50-foot right of way with a 20-foot pavement,
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
I would say.
There's dialogue between someone.
Oh, you can't do that? Okay.
All right, could you refrain from talking during the public hearing?
The road will be, the asphalt will be 20 foot wide, and then with the shoulders of the road, be just like any other publicly maintained highway going down through there. There won't be any mailboxes because we're going to have a mailbox kiosk in another area. So anything that can legally go down the road can go down this access as well to Mr. Josh's house. And we already got agricultural access on the other side. So Mr. Josh now has got 2 paved accesses into his property, where now he only has a sand and earth drive to his house, and another one that just goes into the field. So I hope they answer the questions on his driveway. And furthermore, to Ms. Hartsfield's comments, at one time we had offered to start right here, come up and go to the left and put a paved road right here. Same way at our expenses with a 50-foot drive, DOT standard road, and Mr. Hartsfield and his family didn't want that. They wanted their easement. And so we agreed, if they want easement, that's what they need. And anyway, they're the one that told us, we hired McGay and Associates to survey the easement out for them so they know where, because they said they didn't know where the easement was. So we had McGay and Associates to survey the easement so they would know where the easement was. And they tore every one of the stakes down, threw them in a pile under a tree. Never seen such in my life. But at any rate, we've given him another access to, because they're landlocked in that they can't develop that. They got an access which is 24 foot wide, but it's not developable at this time and they probably don't want to develop it at this time. But we're going to give them another access road out, a hard paved road access comes in right here to their property, which now means that 100 years from now or whenever from now, somebody that might want to develop this property have a deeded right of way to get in there to do it. So all that being said, I'm here, I can answer any questions anybody might have.
Any questions from Commissioner Legg?
Thank you. Mr. Williams, thank you for being here. As commissioners, it's one of our duties to help address compatibility with adjacent land uses. The condition to have a landscape berm and buffer would both help protect the subdivision internally and externally, and it would help address this compatibility. It would also help discourage trespassing onto the adjacent land from new residents. Yesterday, I rode out to the subdivision and the other subdivisions in the area and saw 2 cases of this specifically. Would you be willing to commit as a development to condition to build a landscape berm?
On which lots are you speaking of, ma'am?
Sir?
Which lots, or where are you speaking of putting a berm?
Around the subdivision, front and sides.
No. Front and side. Why would I want to put one around the side? I mean, why? I just said a while ago that I want the people to be able to see the beauty of Nash County, and why would you want to go back in the backside of and put, I don't understand why we want to put berms along the sides of the subdivision. I don't understand that. I'm trying to help me understand.
I'm happy to respond because it's different land uses, significantly different land uses. It's a different zoning districts that is already there. It's the R40 district that's there and agricultural land use that's there, not R30 next to it. Thank you.
And then where in the UDO is this supported?
Is supported by the commissioners making sure that things are reasonable and in the public.
But I'm asking in the UDO, ma'am, where in the UDO does it talk and reference berms for different land uses? Or where are we arriving at this? Is this just something that just come up? I've not heard this before.
It's come up through the citizen concerns that have all been expressed this morning.
Okay. The people that want berms, and I know it's small, I understand this, it's very serious to me. And it's very serious to me as to how I represent this subdivision. I've heard people make disparaging comments about the subdivision that I have built. I think we even got one person that lives in the subdivision I built that's here as president, but at any rate, I think it's wrong for the board to even allow people to make disparaging comments about things that they know are false, and about trash and such as that. So no, I don't foresee myself on the sides down a field putting up a berm. No, ma'am. Any other questions? Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. All right. Now I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second. Then moving and properly second, we close the public hearing. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Motion approved. Mr. Tice.
I have nothing to add. I'm happy to answer any questions as the board moves forward.
All right. Commissioner Howell.
Yes, sir. I've got a question, I guess that would be for staff before our county attorney, Mr. Gaynor. We've heard several people talk today in regards to the easement for Joseph Lamb what is the county's risk if we move forward with this project today and there is a lawsuit filed and we go ahead and pass this, whether it be R30 or whatever the requirement is, if we pass this today and then there is litigation, what liability does the county have by this not being worked out? Because obviously, I'm not a lawyer, but I got limited knowledge of this, but I understand that if there's a cart path in place for over 50 years, then there's some legally access point there for those individuals, and obviously this exceeds that. Where do we stand as far as the county's liability in this?
I mean, I am not comfortable giving an opinion on the matter of the easement because I certainly have not done any research into the title, and that's not our position. It appears to me that the development conditions do require access to Mr. Lamb's property. Again, I would not be comfortable giving an opinion on what the status of Mr. Lamb's access is at this time, and would not do that as the county attorney. That's not the county's role to do that. But I believe the development conditions, Mr. Tyson, correct me if I'm wrong, but the development conditions do require that an access be provided. But that doesn't say that Mr. Lamb doesn't have access pursuant to some other means, but that's just not the county's attorney's role to give that opinion.
So let me just restate that. So if we move forward with this today, knowing that there's a possibility of litigation here, potential litigation, we have no liability in moving forward?
It appears to me that there's a development condition that requires access. The fact that he may have an access currently where it is not, that's a matter between the developer or the landowner and Mr. Lamb.
Okay, so there's no liability for us?
I didn't say there was no liability. I said that's a matter between him and Mr. Lamb. I think that there is a development condition.
I'm sorry. I mean, I'm just trying to protect the county here.
I am as well.
And that's why I'm asking, is there liability or not?
I am as well. There is a development condition that requires access. I do not know.
So whether there's a lawsuit or not, I have no bearing on the liability for the county. Are we more at risk if we move forward, or are we not at risk if we don't move forward? I guess is my question.
I would need to do some research to know what the county's liability is with regard to that. The county would not be involved in a lawsuit because that is not it's not the county, it's not between the county. There is a development condition that provides access to Mr. Lamb's property. I would need to do some research to see what the courts have said with regard to prior cases where this was an issue.
Okay, so just to repeat that and make sure I interpreted it correctly, if we move forward this vote, it really won't have a bearing on our liability one way or the other. It's between Mr. Lamb and the developer for the most part. Is that correct?
The matter of the easement is between the current landowner and Mr. Lamb. That is who.
And liability.
That is the matter of the easement.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other? Okay, Commissioner Outlaw?
Mr. Tyson, is Mr. Lamb's property currently farmed? Mr. Josh Lamb?
I'm not sure. I know there's a single-family dwelling there.
Commissioner Outlaw?
Yes, sir.
I do believe it is farmed currently, and I believe the individual farmer is present here today in the audience.
Okay. So the land is currently farmed, so is the access to the land for farming then would be through the stub road in the subdivision? Would there be any other access?
After the construction of the subdivision, the new public stub road would provide access to for farming purposes to the property. I think the question is, in the interim period, maybe during construction, but there is a condition that requires the developer to always maintain access even if it's not the original path, up until that new public road has been completed.
Okay, so any piece of farming equipment that would be needed for that farming operation would come through that subdivision once this is completed?
Correct. Or the adjacent subdivision to the east if it is approved, because it also provides a stub road connection. But the farm equipment would be on the new public roads.
Yeah, it's the same for both sides, so.
Right.
I'm not a farmer, so is it typical, some of this farm equipment is so large, and you're talking about bringing it through a subdivision where you most likely will have children. Is that typical? Does our UDO address anything like that?
Not in particular. I don't know that I would say it was typical. I do think we have subdivision developments that have stub roads into property that is currently farmed. I, like you, don't necessarily know the widths of farm equipment, but I can tell you it will be a 50-foot wide public right-of-way.
Well, I know some of it's so large when I'm going down the road, you kind of got, if there's no way for them to get over, you got to almost get off the road. So another option for an easement, and I'm just trying to figure this out if Mr. Williams would be in agreement with this, because first, I don't think it's a good idea to bring that large farm equipment through a residential area where you've got children that are out playing. And in these subdivisions like this, they're most likely going to be in the streets, and children may not be as attentive to their surroundings as they should be. So could it be possible to have an easement access down from the main road? I know it would eliminate some of the lots, but would that be a smarter way to provide an easement to Mr. Lamb rather than trying to come through a subdivision with this equipment? I'm just asking.
Are you talking about an easement that more closely aligns with the path that's already there?
Exactly.
Yeah, that would certainly be an option, but since Mr. Williams, through the CT Williams Corporation, owns the land under that path, and there's no current easement agreement, then that would be he would have to consent to that as a condition in order to guarantee that happens.
Okay. I got a problem with large farm equipment. Farm equipment in general coming through a residential subdivision. That's just my opinion.
Okay. Commissioner Howell.
Just to follow up to Commissioner Outlaw's comments, are there going to be differences in this subdivision that there are in the other subdivisions just currently in the neighborhood? And what I mean by that is, I've rode through the other, I go through the area quite often, and I've got friends that actually farm that area, and they already struggle getting through the other neighborhoods because the vehicles are parked in the street. So you just indicated that the developer is required to provide the access to that easement. How's that going to be enforced? Is there going to be no parking signs in the street, or how are we going to get the equipment through there? Because most of the time, the vehicles are going to be blocking access, even though you got a 50-foot right-of-way through there. When you put two vehicles on either side of the road, you eliminate that.
So once the subdivision is developed and the roads are turned over to NCDOT, any reports, any complaints of vehicles or objects blocking the right-of-way would be made to NCDOT, and they have the enforcement authority to have them removed. But that would be the enforcement process ultimately for these public roads.
May I speak just to declare, I work with the Department of Transportation, piggyback off that, is that okay? As far as the enforcement goes, we pass that along to the local sheriff's department. We are not an enforcement department. So, but we do pass those concerns and notifications along, and that they can be addressed at that time.
Okay. Commissioner Davis. Commissioner Legg.
I'll just echo what Commissioner Howell said. When I rode through yesterday, I witnessed the same thing. There was cars parked in the road, not even like splitting the difference on the grass and the road. They were just plainly parked in the road. And I know tractors couldn't pass without really running over into someone's yard, and then we'd have a whole nother problem. So I just wanted to back him up on what he said there.
Okay. Commissioner Davis?
I just want to, I think I know the answer, but I'd like to be certain before I vote on something. Commissioner Leggett brought up about berms and asked the developer to commit to some additional berms. He chose not to do that, understood that as well. But in the process we're currently in with a conditional rezoning, is it proper for us at this meeting to require additional things that haven't been covered by the planning board and add to them? Are we still within the bounds of what we can do?
You can only add conditions with the consent of the developer. And when the developer refuses to agree to a condition, then you are left to make your decision about the proposal in front of you, knowing that the developer has refused that. So the board cannot add conditions that the developer doesn't consent to, but if you feel those conditions are vital for the success of the project, then the board would be left to vote against the project.
That's the answer I thought it would be, and I thank you for your time, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Any other questions for Mr. Tyson? Okay, hearing none, I'll call for a motion to adopt a statement of plan consistency and reasonableness to either approve or deny the rezoning map amendment. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt the statement of plan consistency and reasonableness and deny the zoning map amendment as presented.
Second. Motion been moved and properly second that the request be denied. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Mr. Davis.
Commissioner Leggett, do you have a stated reason you wish for it to be denied? I think we
Yes.
put it in proper form.
Yes, thank you. That is unreasonable and not in the public interest because of incompatible land uses and lack of buffering from different land uses.
Thank you.
Okay, you've heard the motion. Any other discussion?
Did we have a second already? Okay, thank you.
All right, you ready for the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Ms. Belfield voted no?
I said no.
Okay. All right. Motion of denial approved.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tyson. Okay. We will move to agenda item number 9, driving room night through smart investments. That will be presented by Commissioner Davis.
I'm just going to take just a moment of explanation, and then I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Green, who is here today to make the presentation. I want to make sure the Board of Commissioners understood the TDA and how the funding works to that. Under TDA, we carry a fund balance, and within that fund balance at the current time, this is under TDA now, we have a fund balance of $2,150,089. What makes up that fund balance is $538,220 that belongs to the City of Rocky Mount. It's in a special project fund, and the reason we have that, I think all the commissioners understand, is because at the current time, we do not have a project that has been approved by the TDA to provide funding to Rocky Mount. Therefore, and we've asked for this many times, therefore it is put in a special fund. And as they come up with a project, which if you recall they did last year, and this board approved giving them $2 million of that fund balance to do some work down at the Imperial Center. But that current balance is $538,220. Also within that is the current money that travel and tourism was awarded in their budget that this board approved through the budgeting process, and that amount currently stands at $346,805. So what that leaves us with is a fund balance in TDA for travel and tourism of $1,265,064. The travel and tourism has had a fund balance for a number of years, and the reason they have a fund balance is many times the collections are higher than what they project they will be or what the county projects they will be. It has also been the practice of travel and tourism to try to keep a reasonable fund balance just in case they have some reason that they need a large sum of money to provide to anything that may show up that would certainly help Nash County as it relates to travel and tourism. Of course, travel and tourism's main goal is to put as many heads in beds as they can, but also they work very hard to promote Nash County as it relates to travel and tourism and bring people here. So what the request is this morning is for $100,000, and that's about all I'm going to say. I'm going to let Ms. Green explain that. But that money would come out of this fund balance that travel and tourism currently already has, because as you know, the general statute tells us that we must give an X amount each year to travel and tourism, and that amount is 2/3 of what the county has after the city gets their funding. So that has built up, and there have been some examples in the past where we use fund balance, and the statute dictates that the Board of Commissioners has to approve fund balance that rolls out of one year into the next year. When they get it after the current year that they're in, we have to approve that, and that's what we're being asked to do this morning. But with that said, I will leave it at that and then be glad to answer any questions after Ms. Green makes her presentation. Ms. Green? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there any question about what I said, first of all? I know it's a little bit complicated, but dealing with it for a number of years, I understand it, but does anyone else have a question?
We'll hear from Ms. Green. How are you doing today?
Yeah, good.
All right.
First, I want to say thank you for giving us this opportunity to share with you our tourism economy right now and the shift that we're seeing, which has brought a concern, which has brought us to you now. Okay, so first of all, Chairman Davis did a great job in sharing who we are. We have been promoting Nash County for over 30 years. We work with the local partners here, whether it's our county city leaders, our hotels, our venues, and our community stakeholders. It is our goal to, increase jobs and bring money into the area from outside of Nash County so that it doesn't fall on the taxpayers. And what we do is we promote by using digital marketing, traditional marketing. We work hand in hand with our sports planners, our event planners. We're the liaison between them and our partners. Our results has been great. For the last decade, we have seen from 2012, when it started out, our visitor spending was at $256 million, and we've seen a 30% increase in the last decade. In 2023, we hit a record high of $348 million. So we've seen consistent growing. Even during the worst time of COVID, we bounced back stronger than ever. So as we were explaining, it's a decade of growth that we've been seeing. And so it's a long-term impact for the community, because we're bringing in visitors from outside of Nash County that is spending money at our restaurants, they're staying in our hotels, and they're spending money in our shops. So why does it matter right now? of what's going on. Visitor spending, as we had talked about, it strengthens our economy here. It helps build more businesses here because they want to come here where they can make money. So it drives the community support. The concern that we have right now is we had a banner year in 2023, $348 million. A lot of money that didn't come from our taxpayers, it came from outside. And we were really excited about it, but then 2024 hit and we saw a shift. For the first time ever, we saw a decline of 2.2% in visitor spending, which took us down to $340 million. So, you know, this concerns us because that means there's been a loss in hospitality jobs. You know, there's been a decline and really a hard burden on our small businesses here. So what else that we are seeing and concerns us is we get a STAR report. And what it is, it shows you the occupancy in the hotels. And in 2024, when we saw this decline, we're also looking at 2025. Now we see another decline of 4%, which concerns us. The Visit NC gives us a report every year, and it's unfortunately for the year behind us. So we received a 2024 report that showed that we're 2.2% down at the end of 2025. We will not get the report for 2025 until the end of 2026, which we already see that there is a decline. We don't want to stay on this trend because our room rates, because our rooms, when we get people to stay here overnight, that gives them an opportunity to go out and spend money. And now we're seeing this decline in our rooms, which has nothing to do with room rates because our room rates are holding steady. It's the demand. What changed is, everybody knows in Nash County, we're pretty much known for our sports market. We've done really great over the years with our sports complexes, but then we have seen a decline, unfortunately, in some of our tournaments because I can say our region has become saturated with other adjoining counties that have got sports complexes, and we've had competition to move in. One of our largest revenue generators is Top Gun. Top Gun's been with us since 2008. This is just an example to show you. They normally in the summer will bring in 300 teams. That is 3,000 athletes in. That doesn't include the parents. It doesn't include the grandparents that may come, the staff that comes. So it's been really good. But we saw in 2024 the decline in that because of the competition that's moved in, and we see it again in 25. So we had, instead of having 300 teams in the summer, we saw half, which was 150 teams. Still 1,500 athletes, but that's definitely a decline there. And we saw the same thing with winter. Winter normally brings in 200 teams. We saw half of that as well. So this has affected our occupancy, which unfortunately affects the money that's spent by visitors. And then what really brought our concern was to bring in some of these tournaments like Top Gun, Atlantic Coast Baseball, all these different ones, our soccer. There is incentives that's offered. And the city of Rocky Mount has been really good at offering incentives. And we've worked with them as far as helping them for the planner to be able to hook them up with hotels and agendas and giving them information. But the city of Rocky Mount, because of the financial place they're in right now, has said that they're not going to be able to offer any monetary incentives to our tournaments that's been coming here or any new tournaments that we could get to come here. So now what's at stake? We already have seen that we went down in 2024. We already know in 2025, it's lower than that, which is very sad. So we know that there could be loss in jobs. Our small businesses are going to get hit pretty hard. So right now, we're vulnerable, and we're going to lose our competitive edge in the sports market. So our board got together, and we went over everything that's happening, and we made a plan, and we decided we were going to meet with every one of our partners that bring in these large groups. So we met with the City of Rocky Mounts Park and Rec, we met with Nash County Parks and Rec, and we also met with the Rocky Mount Event Center, because they do bring in these large groups that helps bring the visitors in. And they agreed that they're concerned as well, that it is going to affect our area, it's going to affect our ability to be effective and competitive. So what we're asking is that we take $100,000 out of our fund balance, and we only use this money if we can see that there is a way that we can save what we already have in the tournaments that come in, or we bring in smaller tournaments that are 3+ hours away, so that we know they have to stay the night, and that we fill in any kind of gap that's needed, whether it's helping in the operation, anything we can do to make this a very successful tournament so that we know we get them back again in '27. We want to do that, but only we'll spend that money if we see there's going to be a return on investment for this. This is temporarily until we know the City of Rocky Mount can get back to where they were. And why now? It's because of where we are. Like I said, we are seeing a downward trajectory that we need to be proactive and stop, and we're hoping you'll support us in this. Again, or explain how we'll use it. We're going to focus on hotel nights, because we get more from a person that stays overnight than we do for someone who just comes in for the day. We are going to document everything we do, will be transparent if we do spend this money. But if we see there's no opportunity for us to help bring in any tournaments, that money that we get will go right back into our fund balance. So, we're just asking you to help us protect what we have been building for the last 10 years, protect our partners, and just, let's keep growing Nash County. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions?
All right. Any questions from Commissioner? Commissioner Leggett?
This may be a question for you or Commissioner Davis.
Yes.
But I just wanted to make sure that I understood the request very clearly. So the request is to put $100,000 of travel and tourism money.
Yes.
Into a special fund.
Yes.
Under y'all's umbrella that will basically act as a reserve.
That's
for
right.
travel and tourism. And there's not something like that set up. So the rules are right now are not set up so that y'all can have a fund that carries over. Do I understand that correctly?
We do have funds that it can be put into our fund balance. We don't use it unless we see it's going to help Nash County. It helps our partners. But yes, it would go into a special funding. And again, we will not use this money unless we see it's an opportunity to keep these tournaments, to bring in new tournaments or events, to be able to change where we're going right now.
Okay, so this would basically set the floor for that reserve fund. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
I think Commissioner Outlaw had.
Go ahead, Commissioner Davis. I was going to address one more thing with Ms. Leggett. At the end of each year, the Travel and Tourism Fund, which y'all understand is a separate board, that is made up, and Bill Lane is still the chairman of that board at the current time.
He is of the finance
He will
adjustment.
be, yes. And anything they have left over goes into this fund balance that's held by the Board of Commissioners, and they don't have access to it unless they make a request and we release it back to them. So that's where that money comes from. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Commissioner Outlaw.
Ms. Green, thank you for the presentation.
You're welcome.
I don't really know a whole lot about TDA, but I got a couple of simple questions.
Sure.
The city incentives reduced, is that a monetary incentive that they provide only?
Yeah, this particular thing that they have right now, that they're having problems with, is the monetary incentive.
Do they provide?
Because it's like bids, you have to do like a bidding fee to be able to bid on some tournaments.
Yeah.
There may be some other things that they negotiate in that, because there's so much competition.
Yeah.
We have so many that will offer, but we've had such a good relationship with them. They know that when they come here, their tournament's going to be very successful because we know what to do. We have the relationship, and something we do that some of the other CVBs don't do is we become their one-point contact. So when they want hotels and they tell me, you know, I'm bringing in this many teams, we need hotels, we do the negotiating for them. We give them, you know, these are the hotels that you can stay at. We do all the legwork for them. So that's what we've been doing for the past, and Rocky Mount's been negotiating any monetary incentives to them. But now they can't do that.
Yeah, and I think I understand
Yeah.
what you're talking about. And again, I'm not necessarily opposed to this, I'm just trying to understand it.
Right.
So the city has reduced their incentives, which are monetary and maybe some other incentives as well. And you talked about a saturated sports market. They're also providing incentives, I would assume.
Yes.
And so you're competing in this sports market for these teams to come in, and incentives seem to be what brings them over the finish line.
Right.
So I would assume that in this sports market, you're also going to see if you increase incentives or add incentives, they're probably going to do the same thing.
Yes.
So I'm thinking longer term than just a short-term $100,000, throw a little money at it to fix this problem. It doesn't sound like that it's a problem that would necessarily be fixed with just $100,000. You may have to do more as other markets in this region or this area do more. Is that a fair statement?
Well, like I said, we don't normally do that. And we don't normally give any kind of monetary incentives. It's normally the city of Rocky Mount or Nash County. And it's a possibility, but right now we have an edge because we've been working with a lot of these tournament directors for years. Ever since the sports complex opened up in 2006, we've got a great relationship with them that we have built, and they would have to start over in some other place. So just having the relationship that we have and the success that we have given them over the years really trumps a monetary incentive as far as somebody trying to throw more money at them. But it always came with a monetary incentive. So if they don't have that, we don't know that they wouldn't go somewhere else. And Nash County lose out on it's really free money because it's not coming from taxpayers. It's coming from anybody outside of Nash County that stays in our hotels or visits our shops, restaurants. So.
Okay, I was just trying to understand that saturated market, and because I would see that that's not going to change, and they're competing for the same thing you're competing for.
Yeah, they are.
So this is probably going to be an ongoing thing.
It is going to be an ongoing thing, but we're trying to find new things as well, like working with the event center to be able to bring in big conferences and stuff like that. So far, we haven't seen that been saturated as we have sports complexes.
Have we
But we would like to keep what we have.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember in the years I've been on this board, I don't remember, maybe Commissioner Davis could refresh my memory, but I don't ever remember us approving funds for anything like this, since you've got a board that approves the use of the funds, and why would you need our approval? I'm just,
Only thing I know is that we can't take anything out of our fund, but we don't have it in our balance because we didn't budget for this. We didn't know this was coming. But anything that comes out of our fund balance, we do have to have commissioner's approval to be able to do that. That's my understanding.
have we ever done this before? I know back in July, we had a website thing that we approved.
Exactly.
For $75,000 or $80,000.
That's right.
Have we ever taken any money out of fund balance for anything like this before?
This
And
is the first
This board
time.
approved it, or?
This is the first time. We've been, like I said, we have increased our visitor spending every year for the past over a decade.
So
This is the first time we've ever hit this. So this is new to us.
Yeah.
And so that's why we worked with our partners. We explained the situation, and everybody agrees that this is a good way to hopefully help our businesses in 2026, because if we lose all of this, then we're going to see, it's going to hit our small businesses first. I mean, it really is. They're going to be the first hit the hardest.
Do you have a minimum fund balance goal, or something that you try to target like the county does with our fund balance? Like 20% is our bottom line. We've got a goal that keeps us at or above that. Does TDA have such a goal?
We've been above that for a long, long time. In fact, at the end of June of last year, we had 593,000, I believe it was, in our fund balance.
Is that your goal?
Because we try
Is
to
that
keep
what you
it there
try to
until
maintain?
something comes up, that we feel like is going to increase visitors to come. So we don't use it unless we see that we need it to increase our visitors. So,
Thank you, Ms. Green. I appreciate you.
oh, you're welcome, yes.
Commissioner Davis.
I just want, and Barbara, this was probably before your time,
Okay.
but there has been a time, Commissioner Outlaw, that we did request some fund balance for the Board of Commissioners to do that event. In fact, there's been 2 times that I recall. A long time ago, when I was a real large gospel concert at the football field a number of years ago that we approved some fund balance to. And we also, one time, at the request of one of our business owners in town a number of years ago, Barbara, and you may have been here then, I'm not sure, but we approved amount of money, and I don't have the amounts in my head, they were not this much, to bring an event here that was related to a Harley-Davidson event that the Lockeries and the bodies asked us to do back when they owned the facilities here. So we've done it twice, but there's been numerous times when we approved fund balance to go in, do things like our new marketing scheme that we did.
I just have no recollection of that.
Right,
Right.
I understand.
You say so, I believe that.
Right. Well, it had to be over 10 years, because I will be here 10 years in
Yeah.
July, so,
It's been over 10 years.
yeah, yeah.
Commissioner Belfield.
I think we should go along with this, and I'm going to mention this, that we're going to be competing with Wilson for a lot of these sport activities. They're getting ready to build a new stadium in Wilson, and the Mudcats have already moved from Zebulon to Wilson. And that stadium they build will certainly be for something other than just baseball. It could be football, soccer, and all the different things that we've had soccer matches come here to Rocky Mount at our sports complex. So we're going to be competing with Wilson in the future. And a lot of business people are looking at Wilson to support these things. So we need to support this amendment.
Okay, Commissioner Howell.
And this can be for you or Commissioner Davis. I'm not in opposition to this at all. I have limited knowledge of kind of how this works. I know there's some, kind of somehow the funds are split up between Rocky Mount and Nash County. Once it goes into the fund balance, does that apply? I know like we get a certain percentage, they get a certain percentage, then it has to be spent in each county. I know I've heard you talk about it before and some other things. Does that apply here, or once it goes to our general account, it's basically be used on either one?
I'll try to answer your question.
Okay.
I think I understand what you're asking. The general statute says that the TDA in Nash County has the authority to collect 5 cents on the dollar, 5%. And it also says that of that 5%, 2% of it has to go to the city of Rocky Mount for a project that has been approved by the Nash County TDA. Your reference to county, that fund has to be spent on a project in Nash County because it is Nash County's TDA funds.
Okay.
The other 3 cents comes to the TDA of Nash County, which is a 15-member board that this board appoints the members of. And of that 3 cents that we get, 2 cents of it automatically goes to travel and tourism to be spent as their board sees fit to spend it, but they have to have their budget approved each year by the Board of Commissioners, and we do that through the process of our budget approval each year. So that really leaves only 1 cent that the TDA has any discretion on how that money is spent. Now, the money we're speaking about today, and I'm going to repeat it a little bit, but once they don't spend all their 2 cents at the end of that year, it goes into a fund balance that stays in the county coffers, and to get it out of that coffer, they have to bring it back to this board to get it. Had they spent it while they had it, it wouldn't have come back to us. But this is money that has built up over the last 25, 28 years, a little bit at the time. And that's why, because they saw the shortfall for being able to have some revenues to help keep these tournaments here that Rocky Mount was providing, since they notified them, once it actually came up, I think, at our luncheon, and I just said, we really ought to look into that, and maybe y'all request some fund balance money to have available to do that, so we won't lose these tournaments.
Understand.
Does that explain how it works?
Yes, sir, that's what I was trying to figure out. I wasn't clear how all that worked. I knew it was 2 separate entities and how that worked.
It is, and the only other thing is, I mentioned the amount of money that belongs to Rocky Mount that's in Nash County's account for TDA also, and once they bring us a request, the TDA can approve or deny that, which they've never brought us one to date that we denied, I will say that, in 28. Well, they've only been in there about 4 years less. We started out with 3 cents, and then a number of years later, they added the 2 cents that was designated for Rocky Mount.
And one more question on that. How much last year, I know the whole reason this is Rocky Mount doesn't have the financial means this year to contribute these incentives. How much money did they spend last year for incentives?
Barb, I certainly don't have that number.
What's that for? You talking Nash County Travel and Tourism?
The Rocky Mount last year, I mean,
Rocky Mount?
we're coming today asking for $100,000 to use to incentivize these events to keep them from going other places.
Right.
In lieu of the city of Rocky Mount, under the current financial situation, they're not able to.
Right.
That's what they've indicated to us. So I was wondering, how much money did they incentivize last year?
Some of the larger ones, I do know that it was $15,000 per tournament, like the World Series for the summer and the winter. I don't know about the other ones. That's why we're asking for $100,000. And again, we only want access to it because things work pretty fast. If an opportunity comes up, we want to be prepared and ready and not have to wait. But if there's no opportunity that comes up that we see it has historical data behind it where we know it's going to bring us ROI, then we won't use it, and it will go back into our fund balance.
Mr. Howell, I think that's the number we can get for you, that Barbara will be able to get from Rocky Mount, but I never know that's going on, so you can provide that number and just get it back to
Absolutely, I
our
can,
finance
yeah.
director, and she will get it to the board.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't have any clue what it is.
No problem, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Ms. Green? Hearing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, appreciate it. Appreciate y'all's time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, we will now go to item number 10, sole procurement for purchase of radio transmitter field trimmer. Let's see, it's good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. Come today before you today to request a sole source procurement method for transmitters for our VHF paging system, how we page out our volunteer fire departments and EMS stations. The current transmitters are at end of life. The manufacturer is not making any more parts for replacement. The current vendor that we have, they're able to get upgraded transmitters that'll fit seamlessly with no redesign or additional components necessary. And this is a project that was approved in this year's budget. We just need to do sole source because there's no other vendors that can do it without redesigning the entire system and needing additional components. Any other questions?
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Trimmer? All right. Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the sole source procurement for
Mr.
the radio
Chairman.
transmitter?
I make a motion that we approve the sole source procurement for the radio transmitters.
There a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved and properly second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, item number 11, urgent repair 2027. Ms. Emily Moore.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Nash County intends to apply for North Carolina Housing Finance Agency's Urgent Repair Program. This is a program that the county has participated in several years and provides deferred forgivable loans for emergency home repairs and modifications to low-income owner-occupied homes. We plan to apply for the maximum amount of funding, which is $165,000. Applications are due to Housing Finance January 14th. As with previous years, a local match of $5,000 would serve to make the county's application more competitive. So our recommendation is to approve the local match to be included in the Urgent Repair 2027 application.
Okay. Any discussion from the board? Okay. Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the local match to be included in the urgent repair 2027 application?
So moved.
And moved, and is there a second?
Second.
All right, been moved and properly second, we approve. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, motion carried.
Thank you.
All right. Number 12, monthly tax report, Ms. Shamika Terry. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, all.
Afternoon.
In keeping with General Statute 105-350, the tax collector will be providing a monthly report showing the amount of taxes collected and efforts being made to collect taxes. This report is designed to keep the board current on the activities in the tax collector's office. The report is for your information only and does not require approval. It is recommended that you accept the report so that it will be noted in the minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move on to tax refunds. There are no refunds for consideration.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
We will move to item 14, building reuse project, Emerald City. Ms. Nikki Stanton. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
couple of things today. The first one is going to be a project ordinance for the building reuse, Project Emerald City. Nash County was awarded $200,000 in the building reuse program by the North Carolina Department of Commerce Rural Economic Development Division. The project also included a 5% required local match of $10,000. The project funds will be used to support the 40,000 square foot expansion to Eaton's existing building in Middlesex. Eaton is committed to creating 25 new full-time jobs. The recommendation is to approve the project budget ordinance.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the project ordinance?
So moved.
So moved.
Been moved and properly second. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried. Item number 15.
15 is the North Carolina Agricultural Development and Farmland Preservation Trust Fund Project Budget Ordinance. Nash County was awarded $39,350 of agricultural development and farmland preservation funds by the North Carolina Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services Farmland Preservation Division. The project will develop a cost of community services study, update the existing farmland protection plan, and update the county's VAT ordinance. The recommendation is to approve the project budget ordinance.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, is there a motion to adopt the project ordinance?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and properly second that we adopt the project ordinance. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried. Number 16, Tobacco Trust Fund Project Ordinance.
Number 16 has an updated project ordinance. The numbers in the budget were updated from the Tobacco Trust Fund Commission. So she's giving you the new one. However, Nash County was awarded $102,000 from the 2025 Tobacco Trust Fund Program by the North Carolina Tobacco Trust Fund Commission. The project is the Nash County Outdoor Educational Classroom, which will provide a dedicated space for agricultural and environmental education. The project will be located at the Nash County Ag Center. The project will include capital improvements such as the structure, site prep and construction, and equipment including tables, fans, and furnishings. The recommendation is to approve the project ordinance.
Any discussion from the board? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the project budget ordinance?
Move for approval. Second.
Been moved and properly second. All in favor? Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried. Okay, I think we're on item 17.
Number 17 is the Urgent Repair Program, Fund Year 26. Nash County was awarded $165,000 in the 2025 cycle of the Urgent Repair Program funds by the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency. The project also includes a local match of $5,000. URP 26 provides deferred loans to low-income homeowners for crucial repairs that enable the residents to remain in their home. The program does not require that the entire dwelling be brought up to usual rehabilitation standards, but can be helpful in stabilizing deterioration. In some cases, no additional assistance is sought once the urgent repair needs are met. The recommendation is to approve this project budget ordinance.
Any discussion from the board? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the budget ordinance?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and properly second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried. Okay, thank you. Item 18, fiscal year 2026 funding formula for Bradswell Memorial Library, Public Library.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
This item came before the board in your November meeting, and the beginning of December, I sent the board an email with some additional supporting documentation, and then We're bringing it back to the board in this meeting, and the only thing new in attachment to this budget item is a letter from Bob Leake, the chair of our Brownsville Memorial Public Library Board of Trustees. If you'd like, I can read that letter to the board.
It's in the package. I don't think,
Okay.
no, doesn't need to be read.
So the request today is to follow the funding formula that was established back in 2001 for the funding of the Brownsville Memorial Public Library, which would add an additional $96,697.82 to Brownsville's budget for the current fiscal year.
Okay, any discussion from the board? Commissioner Davis?
For the manager, I still don't have an understanding of what the significant difference is between the formula that you're using as it relates to Nash County versus Edgecombe County, whereas it seems that we include our population and users, et cetera, for everything in Nash County, and Edgecombe County seems to be utilizing only the townships that are located in the city of Rocky Mount. Or do I misunderstand what is presented here?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Okay. If you look at your formula, I understand how Rocky Mounts works. Nash County side, in the population, we're utilizing all residents in Nash County, which drives, of course, our number up. In Edgecombe County, they're only utilizing those areas that are located within the city of Rocky Mount of Edgecombe. Therefore, it holds that number down significantly. Why is one county doing it different from the other county? Or I would be certainly glad to be told I'm misunderstanding what is presented here.
No, you're understanding it correctly, but that is the formula that was established in 2001 by the three entities.
Right.
I'm not sure I can answer for you why that decision was made back in 2001.
Which was before my time and certainly before, well, not before your time, I don't guess.
Not, but I
Not
wasn't.
quite. But,
yeah.
and you also say that there are going to be some more meetings to work on this formula moving forward. Is that on the list to be worked on to see why that is?
Absolutely. We've got Mrs. Corso here with us today, the director of the public library, and she and the three managers plan to get together starting in the month of January to meet on this, to review the formula that was established back in 2001, to look at our history when we went away from that formula right after COVID, and then where we are today, and try to come up with a proposal for the three entities, Nash County, Edgecombe County, and the city of Rocky Mount, that we can bring to the boards to move forward with this.
Well, I don't intend to be a holdup for this today, because certainly if the funds are needed by the library to operate, and then it's not a small amount of money, but as we look at the whole picture, the small amount of money that we're asking for, I'm going to be okay to vote for it. But I've really got a concern with that formula. We need to get to work on that to see if we can get it more equity between the three entities.
Yeah, we will certainly have you involved and make sure that board members understand what we would be bringing to the board for approval as we move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any further discussion? Commissioner Howard? Commissioner Howard?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman. So the Brownsville Library, we're looking at $947,653 is what was asked for in the budget session beginning of this year, which was presented to us by the Brownsville Library Board and was approved and funded by the Nash County Board of Commissioners. It's my understanding in what I've read so far, and if I'm wrong, please correct me, but the Library Board has deviated from this formula that was previously agreed upon sometime around COVID. And there was no notification to the Board of Commissioners of Nash County, Edgecombe County, or the city of Rocky Mount of this deviation. And now to come back to us midway through the year and ask for an additional $96,000 seems a big ask for our citizens in Nash County, and I fully support the library system. And I personally would have a hard time approving this request, given based on our funding, our current funding for the other 5 libraries in Nash County only receive $15,000 up and above from that, which comes from Nash County, totaling $75,000 for all of them. Since we're already giving close to $1 million to Braswell, I mean, I would ask that the library board go back and adjust their budget for the remainder of this current year and then revisit this formula. And I think Commissioner Davis made a valid point. We're including all of our libraries in our portion that we pay, however, Edgecombe is not. Again, I fully support the library. It's just a great learning resource for our citizens in Nash County. And should the board authorize this today, I believe the additional funds should go to the other libraries, not to the Brownsville Library, because our other libraries are extremely underfunded and in desperate need of resources for underserved areas of the county. In closing, I would suggest that we review the formulas and how these funds are allocated to our libraries across Nash County in our next budget development sessions.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Commissioner Wilkins?
In regard to what Commissioner Howell said, those other 5 libraries don't have the population that the entire county of Nash has, or the city of Rocky Mount. 15,000 that they receive as opposed to what Braswell receives when Braswell serves 2 counties and a city. So I don't think there's any comparison, and I have no problem supporting this request today.
And Commissioner Howell, as we discussed the other day in our meeting, I will be glad to bring forth more information so that there's a full understanding of how those community libraries are funded and supported by Braswell Library, so that this board can make some informed decisions about how they'd like to move forward with funding the libraries.
Yes, and just point of clarification to Commissioner Wilkins' point. Roughly 40 to 50% of the population in Nash County is in the city of Rocky Mount, and we're giving close to $1 million. You take the rest of the population in Nash County, we're giving $75,000. There's a big disparity there. That's all I'm saying. And if we need additional funding, it needs to be balanced out if we're going to base it off of population to the other libraries, which I have visited several of them, and they're in desperate need. And matter of fact, I was at a board meeting in Bailey, and there was some discussion about even possibly closing that one down in the future. I know we've talked about that, and we're not going to take that route this year, but there's obviously a discussion there for someone to bring that up at a town meeting. So I think we do need to revisit that, and to your point, we need to look at as well what our relationships are with each of those individual townships and what their part of support is for those libraries as well. But there's a big disparity between close to $1 million and $75,000. And the $1 million is going to one library, 5 libraries is getting the other 75, which equals out to $15,000 per library. I just think we need to be consistent to all the citizens in Nash County. They all deserve the same opportunities.
Agree, and I believe Ms. Corso would be more than happy to join me in providing more information so that you're fully knowledgeable about the library system.
Okay, any further discussion?
Yeah.
Commissioner Bell, please.
Well, when this formula was made years ago, it was based on, I remember when I came on the board that Nash County was depending on Braswell Library, and plus they had a mobile unit that traveled around Nash County. I don't know if they're using it now or not, but all of them were included. When they looked at the outside of the city of Rocky Mount, they looked at the population, and outside of the city of Rocky Mount for Edgecombe County, since they had a library like Braswell in Tarboro. So that's how they came up with the formula with the population. I too don't have any problem with this request, and I support what Commissioner Wilkins said. I think we need to go on, and we don't want Braswell to come up short and have to cut services. So I think we ought to honor this.
Okay. Any other questions for the county manager? All right. Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the additional
I offer
budget funding?
I offer a motion to approve the addition.
All right.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second that we approve the additional funding. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Show of hands. All in favor? All opposed? Okay, motion carried.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move to budget item number 19. Ms. Stanton.
All right, a few budget amendments today. Number one is for social services. This budget amendment is to adjust the administrative funds passed by the state budget for 2026. Funds are 100% federal and state funds. Additional administrative funds will be used to increase the cost for worker travel, insurance, and fees to support worker functions. There is no fund balance exchange in this. These are just moving funds from revenue to expense and truing them up.
Okay. Any discussion? Now, seeing none, is there a motion to approve the budget amendment?
Do you want to do all of them at once or each individual?
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so number two is the building reuse grant. This is from the project ordinance that you guys just approved. There is no fund balance needed for this. It is a $10,000 county match that will come from economic development inducements. The third one is the Urgent Care Program grant. You just approved that project ordinance. This is a $5,000 fund match from fund balance for $5,000. The fourth one is also the project ordinance that you approved earlier, and this is for also a $5,000 fund balance appropriated match. Number 5, this budget amendment is to budget funds for the interest payment due on the borrowing for the capital city projects, the county capital projects that we borrowed money from. The first interest payment is due February 1st. The remainder of the payments do not become due until the next budget year. So this would be a $203,829 fund balance appropriation to pay for the interest payment. And then number 6 is the Braswell Public Library budget amendment you guys just talked about for $96,698 to Braswell.
Okay. Any discussion on any of the amendments? Commissioner Davis.
On item 6, where we're paying interest due on borrowed funds, I guess what I'm seeing here is the...
Item 5?
I'm sorry, item 5, you're correct. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess what we're seeing here, I know we borrowed somewhere between $11 and $13 million. What was the amount again?
$11,765,000.
Thank you. And so we took all those funds, and so the interest started. Is that the only way we can do that, rather than take those funds when we need those funds? I've asked this question before, prior to you coming here, and I've just always wondered why we do that.
Yes, because that's the way the bank did the borrowing. They set it up for the 15 years that you approved.
And we take all the money up?
And we take all the money up front.
We may not spend it for a year, 2 years? Or...
Correct. Therefore, we're drawing interest on it, and then we're making an interest payment to them.
Right.
And at this point, the interest that we're drawing on it is higher than the interest that we're being charged for.
That was going to be my next question. You just made me feel better, but I think it would behoove us to include that information in future requests to pay this. If you're making money and we're not spending taxpayers' money, it sounds a lot better to do it that way.
Okay.
Just a simple request to let us know what interest that we're earning offset is. Not going to always be positive, but it would certainly take up a large. So you're actually saying we're making more than what we're paying?
Correct.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, good information. Any other discussion? Commissioner Outlaw?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to request that budget amendment number 6 be voted on separately.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? Commissioner Bellfield?
Let me be clear on that. What was that, Commissioner Outlaws?
He wanted item number 6, Braswell Memorial Public Library, to be voted on separately.
Voted on separate?
Yes, I guess we all agree that we'll vote on 1 through 5, and then we'll vote on 6 separately, okay? Everybody, is that okay with the board?
Sure.
All right. Any further discussion on the 1 through 5? Hearing none, is there a motion to accept the budget amendments 1 through 5?
I offer motion to accept the budget amendments 1 through 5.
Second.
All right, so we're moving properly second. We accept budget amendments 1 through 5 as presented. Any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, all in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. Item number 6 is Braswell Memorial Public Library amendment.
I offer a motion that we accept budget number 6 amendment for Braswell Memorial Library.
Okay. You heard the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moving properly second. We accept that amendment for Braswell Memorial Library. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by raising your right hand. All right. All opposed? Okay, motion carried. Okay. Now we'll go to number 20, budget amendment, TDA item. Call on Commissioner Davis.
I'm going to turn it over to the finance.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
This is the budget amendment that we talked about earlier from the TDA board. They were requesting the $100,000. It would come from the TDA fund balance, and it would go into a special event expenditure fund for them to spend as needed.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve this transfer?
So move, and understanding it is from the Travel and Tourism Fund balance, which is located within the TDA fund balance. So I'll make a motion to approve.
There's a
second.
Mr. Chairman, point of order, Commissioner Leggett stepped out.
Okay. All right, we can wait till she come back. Okay. Is that okay?
I didn't hear what you said, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Leggett took a short break, and well, we'll be back. Do you want to hold the vote until she returns, or do you want to continue?
Well, that's at the chairman's discretion, sir.
Okay. I'll wait for her to continue. She did send me a note that she had to step out. Okay, right now, any further discussion on the amendment while we wait?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I'll just say, since we do have the time, I believe we all should support this because it is going to help the tourism in Nash County. Although, you know, I know some have concerns about the numbers or moving them over, but we need to do this. And, I mean, we need to help out our neighboring cities and towns as we can. So I would hope you all support this.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Leggett has returned. Like I said, any further discussion on the motion been properly seconded that we...
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
We have already voted on that $100,000 earlier in the agenda. Do we need to vote on it again?
No, we're voting on the number 6. We voted on 1 through 5. Now we're voting on number 6.
No, we've done that.
Yes, we did, but we're going to do this.
It was
Once
a
again.
non-action item.
Yeah.
Formerly, we took
Yeah.
no action on it.
Right. Okay, so there's a motion on the floor and second that we approve the Braswell Memorial Public Library funding, 96.
Mr. Chairman, that's not where we are. We already passed that. We're on the travel and tourism.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
Got me
okay.
mixed up. I'm sorry. Thank you. Okay. Right, we're on number 20, the travel and tourism. I'm sorry about that. There's a motion on the floor to accept that, and Mr. Davis made the motion, and who seconded?
I did.
Okay, thanks for getting me back on track. So, any further discussion on travel and tourism? All right. Having no further discussion, all in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Okay. Number 21. Ms. Tia Fuller.
Good afternoon.
Good evening.
I have a board appointment, actually, this is just for information only. So the Upper Coastal Plain Council of Government, they have a vacancy for the Nash County at-large board member position following departure of Mr. Eddie Coates. This position must be filled by a non-elected, non-appointed individual who resides in Nash County. The ideal candidate will have the ability to serve and a strong understanding of local and regional cooperation, collaboration, and service delivery. In addition, 3 alternate positions are currently vacant and need to be filled. We need an alternate for Mr. Fred Belfield, a county commissioner, an alternate for Eddie Coates, an at-large member, and also an alternate for Jane Barnes, an at-large member. The Board of Commissioners is requested to recommend a replacement for the at-large board member position, as well as nominees for the alternate seats.
Okay.
Comment if I could. I think I've been working with Ms. Fuller on this particular appointment, and I think the gentleman that I've been discussing with you, I think you've been in contact with him, so hopefully that can come at a future meeting.
Yes, sir. I got his application yesterday and wanted to give the opportunity for the commissioners to be able to make
Right.
recommendations,
I
but the plan is to share his application with the board in advance of the meeting and allow the vote.
Thank you very much.
Their next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions about Upper Coastal Plain Council of Government?
Okay. Any other discussion with Ms. Fuller? All right.
Okay, thank you. Next, in your packet, and I think there's been some discussion with Chairman, with each of you, the 2026 committee and working group assignments. This is for information only, and in your packet, you'll see the committees and working group assignments for each of the board members. Do I need to read through this assignment?
No.
Okay. Are there any questions for me?
No. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Agenda item 22, commissioners' comments. All right, anyone? Any commissioner have a comment at this time? Commissioner Leggett.
Okay. I just wanted to respond. There was a lot of citizen concerns presented today at the rezoning request, and I think several of these could be food for thought, perhaps for our Uniform Development Ordinance rewrite. A couple of things I noted were an increased focus on having active communities, which could help alleviate some of the pressure on our county parks, and also just help increase the health of our local community here. Also, there was a mention of some set-aside or possibly impact fees that could be used to offset the impact of loss of farmland and help promote open space conservation. Let's see. Also, I wanted to speak to the travel and tourism a bit. I wholeheartedly support what they're doing to promote travel and tourism in Nash County. But one thing that I am sensitive to is our Parks and Recs program. I do hear citizen feedback from time to time, and it's also been some of my personal experience that perhaps sometimes there's more focus put on attracting events and tournaments to our county parks versus promoting the use of our county parks for our own youth sports programs. So I just want to make sure that we don't lose sight of that. Thank you.
Okay. Any other commissioner wishing to make comments? Okay.
Go ahead.
Commissioner Howard?
Thank you, sir. Just like to remind everyone that Nash County's inaugural Land Summit will be held this Friday, January the 9th, from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. with lunch provided. Today is the last day to register for this event. Interested individuals should RSVP by calling 252-459-4116, extension 3. This event is open to the public and free of charge. The Land Summit provides important information and opportunity for Nash County residents to learn about land stewardship, farm preservation, and the services available to landowners. As a farmer and a member of the Volunteer Ag Board, I am proud to support Nash County's efforts to establish a farmland preservation program. This initiative will be a key focus of the summit and represents a meaningful step towards protecting our agricultural heritage. As the county continues to experience growth, it's essential that development occurs in a manner that is deliberate and well-planned. The county must establish appropriate guardrails to ensure that farmland and rural communities are protected during this period of expansion. Responsible growth requires thoughtful planning and coordination. Properly managed growth ensures that critical services and infrastructure are in place to support development, including adequate law enforcement, staffing and coverage, sufficient fire protection services, and access to fire hydrants, reliable emergency medical services and a timely response and capabilities, sustainable county water system with safeguards to prevent undue strain on existing citizens, strategic development of our sewer infrastructure to support municipality growth, ongoing collaboration with the Nash County Public School System to address capacity needs and prevent classroom overcrowding. Smart growth places priorities on public safety, sound planning, and well-being of our citizens rather than special interest. Lastly, Nash County is currently in the process of updating the Unified Development Ordinance. This is a critical opportunity for public engagement. Citizens are encouraged to attend the scheduled meetings, be informed about the county's long-term development strategy, and provide input during the upcoming public sessions available for comments. The outcome of this process will have a lasting impact on the future of Nash County and its culture. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay. Commissioner Davis?
First of all, so I won't forget it, Commissioner Leggett's comment about our parks I wholeheartedly agree with. The purpose of the parks, first of all, were to provide a park system, which when I became a commissioner, we didn't have anything in recreation budget-wise whatsoever, and that should always be the first priority is for our citizens located in Nash County, and it is very refreshing to see what goes on at these parks, in addition to the tournaments that are brought here. Very brief housing report, as it is actually slowed up quite a bit, which will probably make quite a few of our citizens happy. But our commercial permits last month pool were just a little bit over $1.5 million. The stick-built homes were 28 homes, and they were about 16 different builders, still great diversity, and they were spread out very well throughout the county. The most expensive home was for $650,000. There were only 3 modular homes permitted last month, or the month of December, and the most expensive one there was $235,000. And that concludes my report, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Mr. Chairman.
And Commissioner Wilkin?
I just have a question for Commissioner or Vice Chair Howell. Who's providing, who's sponsoring this UDO Land Summit? Who's purchasing the lunches? Is it individuals or is it an organization?
The county.
The county is?
You asked Soil and Water, correct?
Okay, soil and water. All right, thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, all right. Well, I want to thank all the commission for your cooperation during this meeting and also keeping me on track. I have no problem with that. I think now we'll have the county manager's report.
Thank you. Just a couple of announcements. The next America 250 meeting for Nash County for interested community members is next Wednesday, January the 14th at 5:30 at Braswell Memorial Public Library. A reminder that the county offices will be closed on Monday, January the 19th, in observance of Martin Luther King Jr. Day. And for the Commissioners' second meeting in January, just remember that's on a Tuesday this month, Tuesday, January the 20th. If board members have any interest in outside agency presentations or Nash County agency presentations, please let me know what your interests are. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Now, that concludes our public meeting agenda. And at this time, I'm going to call for a motion to go into closed session for economic development, attorney-client privilege, personnel. Attorney Gaynor, do you expect any action after our closed meeting?
I do not.
Okay. At this time, I need a motion to go into closed session.
So moved.
Second. It's been moved and properly second. We go into closed session. Motion carried. All right.